They can hear me, but they're allowed to hear me whatever they want. Oh, I'm still so large. Hi.
And I'm here.
And you are here. Let me make myself smaller because I look really tall compared to you right now, which is really strange. Oh, now that might be a little too small. Hello. Oh, okay. Never mind. They fixed it for me. They fixed it for me. They made me nice and short.
So tiny.
Hi. Hello.
Canonically, how tall is Squiiji?
Probably closer to this. Yeah, probably about 5.5 centimeters.
Yep, that sounds all right. I'm 6 feet tall, so this is
I'll fit like
semi-accurate.
I can stand like right on your shoulder.
That would be adorable, actually.
So, hello. Hello, this is Bolts. Everyone knows me, maybe. I'm Squiiji. Bolts, do you want to introduce yourself? I know who you are.
Sure. Hello, everybody. My name is Bolts the Mechanic. I identify as I'm a lombax mechanic VTuber, a retro mechanic VTuber, heavily inspired by some of my favorite video games of all time, particularly from like the PS1 and PS2 era of gaming, like Ratchet and Clank, Sly Cooper, Jack and Daxter. There's some Final Fantasy thrown in there, even though technically I've never beaten a game to this day.
That's wild that you say that. That is cruel and unusual of you to say. I can't believe you'd come here and say that.
Oh no, I could probably make it worse. Guess what my first full Nintendo console was?
Wii U.
Oh, I was gonna say Wii, but close.
Okay, Wii U. If it was Wii U, that would have pained me immensely. But you're okay.
Oh, it was the Wii, which is almost 20 years old, by the way.
Oh God, don't say that. Oh God.
Well, that's my job. On my streams, I do I'm on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. I do a variety of content that revolves around retro and nostalgic stuff, whether it's playing retro games, sometimes on original hardware. I do a lot of scripted fun fact videos, and I like to just talk about sometimes the stories behind the things that we play, or just give people an opportunity to feel really, really old about things, for better and for worse.
Yes, this is true. If you guys like TikToks that are like informative about games, Bolts has some very good like TikToks and shorts. I'll say that.
Yeah.
You should go look at them.
I've got a lot of ADHD random knowledge in like the back of my brain that will probably come out at random points throughout this stream.
As it should. This is the place for it. That is the full intent here.
Yes,
that is the aim.
You are giving me a prime opportunity to let my id go and just go full on share with everybody. And it's like, oh, I don't think you're aware of the power that like you're giving me right now. But okay.
The power invested in me is to invest power in you.
I feel like I'm being knighted.
You're being knighted? Yeah, here, wait. I don't have a sword, but I have a gun. Will that work?
Yes, it will, because I work on guns in my garage.
Here, I can tap you on the shoulder. Here, we can get like a neat. I can kind of reach your other shoulder. I'm kind of too short. Oh, and they're like rotating my head around. That's scary. Possessed knighting. And with the power bestowed upon me by the fungi overlord gods, I bequeath you Bolts, the nostalgia knower.
Please, someone screenshot this because it looks like they're holding me at gunpoint.
Now I'm even
and I want to share this on Twitter later.
Yeah, so, surprise! I'm not being held at gunpoint here. I'm here of my own free will, listening to Ratchet and Clank. I have dragged you here against your will, and you will tell me things, and there's nothing you can do about it.
No, damn, I guess I have no choice. I guess I have no choice but to obey the will of my captor.
Oh, no, the terror. Problem. Obey the will of your very, very tiny captor. They were trying to help. They tried to make me tall, but when they do that on top of making me short, I just get even smaller.
It's like the power works in reverse or something.
Quite literally, yes. It does work.
No matter what, Squiiji will be small and adorable.
It cannot be helped. I cannot be saved from my fate.
Accept it.
Yeah, you know, I will. I'll do my best. I will try my best. Well, here.
Your best is all we can ask for. I am very happy to be here.
Well,
I've loved your stuff ever since I first saw your YouTube videos about design critique. And then since then, like, it's been great getting to know you and your community a lot more these past couple of weeks. Definitely been a highlight of my summer with all the hectic stuff going on. So when you offered to have me on here just to kind of talk about some of the things I like and everything, almost seemed too good to be true, but I know that you're just that kind of an individual, and I really do appreciate it. And I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, I saw, because when I was adding you for something, I was like, your account creation for Twitter is like, what, less than a year old? I was like, huh? I was like, there's no way. I feel like I've known of you at least for longer than that, but then I remember that like Yomi and ID, and there we go, now I'm normal. I've probably been hearing about you adjacently for longer than maybe that was a thing that was existing, question mark? I don't know.
I did have a separate Twitter. The Twitter I have now is technically less than a year old. I had to restart my Twitter because my last Twitter account was like permanently shadow banned for some reason. I was seeing no growth there. So I took a break there was a period last like November. I took a break from VTubing last November because I was kind of in a rough place, and it was also like my streams aren't doing well. My reach was weird on social, so I'm like, I'll take a break.
Yeah.
That's also when I started scripting all of the YouTube shorts.
Okay. I was like, I swear I knew you existed before that. I was like, there's no way Bolts has only been around since like, because your account is from like December or something. And I was like,
yeah, I restarted my account at the end of last year when I came back to VTubing, and I hit the ground running with like all of my YouTube shorts.
Hell yeah.
Probably the most well-known one people know me from is the Rosalina thirsting one. That actually went viral, and I have mixed feelings on that.
I think I did see that one. I had to like close one eye and be like, is that the one I think that is? I think it is the one I think that is, yes. Well, I'm glad you can hit the ground running, yeah.
I'm happy that things worked out. And that's kind of how a lot of people know me. They know me by my retro aesthetic. They know me from my scripted content. I've even helped out a lot of people like Yomi and Hazy and stuff, like with some of their platforms and stuff. I'm adjacent to a lot of very incredible people. You included.
Oh,
so
I think you're included in that very incredible people category, I would say. Every single person that was involved in that Yomi birthday server, I would put in that category.
Oh, no, that's actually very sweet, because I know a lot of incredible people were in there, including Yomi herself, and a lot of people there are a big inspiration to me trying to innovate and get better. It's just so hard to juggle so many things.
I know.
In this day and age as a content creator.
Oh boy, there are not enough hours in the day. Oh boy.
Oh no, not by a long shot. Especially since I have a full-time job on top of all of this. I work at a school with special needs kids, and that can be very draining physically and emotionally.
Yeah,
teachers.
I'm not teaching this season. I guess speaking about my life as like almost like an anime here. I'm not teaching this season. I'm just doing freelance full time right now. And I was like, oh, that'll be rejuvenating in some way maybe, because I was so worn out from teaching. You would think college students are really great, and you'd be adjacently right. A lot of them are really great, but teaching at a school that's way out in the middle of nowhere. Whoa! Oh, hello. Am I being raided? What's happening?
Yes, you are.
Oh, hi. Hi, Raiders. I'm Squiiji.
Welcome in, Raiders.
This is Bolts.
I'm Bolts.
Yes, you are. I'm a freelance artist, Fungi. You are I was trying to think of an alliteration I can use. A big brain bolt having there's not another word I can think of for anything that's nostalgia or retro.
Shoot, I feel like I should be able to do this. Let's see if we want to stick with the alliteration. Big brain bolt naming, biohazard playing.
Biohazard. Okay, I see. Baja Blast.
Baja Blast, Donkey Kong bongo bopping.
Yes. Burger? Question mark. Can we get a good burger
King
in here?
Xbox exclusive game playing.
Oh, we've lost alliteration.
We've lost the alliteration. I was trying to like connect it in some way. Fun fact, yes, Burger King did used to have like exclusive games as part of like an Xbox deal way back during the early Xbox and Xbox 360 days.
That is wild.
See, I told you it's not going to take long for us to get into all of the random things that I know.
I know. Well, thank you for stopping by, Raiders. Thank you, Kyrie. How are you? How was your stream? I hope you had a good time. Thank you for getting the shout out taken care of, mod fellas. And I'm glad you guys rotated at them for me. I didn't even have to ask you. You rotated at them for me. I appreciate it.
Your mods are amazing.
They are, aren't they? They're so good. They defend me with honor. They alert me when I'm not on time. Oh, hi there. Thank you for subscribing, Sprout Scout. Wait, you're the one who bought me the wait, my head's rotating. Are you the one who got me the what do you call it? The stream. What is the box called? That you hit the buttons on? No, the box with the buttons. The stream. Haha, yeah. Deck. That's another word I wanted. Thank you. Oh my god.
Oh right, it got funded on your throne.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Scout. I appreciate it. Yeah, Stream Deck. Thank you everyone for helping. Hope you two are well. Good. Lots of screams. Oh my gosh. Are we playing a scary game? Perhaps? Question mark. Oh my gosh. I am easily scared, so I don't blame you. I will not play scary games. I need someone to hold my hand or sit in the same room as me, and then I still will not sleep for like 3 days. No to horror game for me. But thank you guys for dropping by. Stream Deck, horror game streamer. Ah, okay, respect. 07. And artist, hell yeah. We are doing art here. We will do that at some point. we will
eventually
we will get there. Oh, we didn't take roll. We didn't take roll.
I was gonna say we should say hi to everybody.
I forgot. So I can scroll back. YouTube chat will all say, well, they'll just say here. And I can say hi to the Twitch fellas, so I can see taking roll. I see Goofball Gorgon. Great start. Goofball Gorgon, Glowstick Rat, Neptune Neo Selma, Sushi Puggo, Soup Goblin, Rex Tao Tai. One of these days I'll say your name right the first try. Sprout Scout, Umi, Azimuth Guac, Neptune again. Who else is here? Lost Rainbow, Zany, Gaia, Umi, Skyrime, Lance, Noisy Destroyer, Disguise, Black Ink Wolf. There we go. Hello. Bolts is my assistant teacher today.
Yes, we're gonna teach. Apparently, we're gonna teach Squiiji that Ratchet and Clank has nothing to do with the movie Robots.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. It wasn't until I literally, quite frankly, was trying to make the thumbnail for YouTube that I realized what this is. Ratchet and Clank. You know, the movie Robots, I haven't seen it in a while. You know, hit movie Robots. You may be familiar because of, what is her name? Aunt Fanny, something like that.
I thought you were going to say because Robin Williams, but yes.
Oh, he's also there, yes. Okay, priorities, Bolts, priorities.
True.
Aunt Fanny, yeah.
Aunt Fanny, we all know that's the real reason to watch the movie.
Yeah, naturally. I haven't seen it in a moment, as you might have understood from me saying this. I was like, what are those two fellas' names in there? I'm imagining, I'm like, oh, this is just a spin-off game of the movie. I bet that those two guys their just names are Ratchet and Clank. Because you cannot tell me that you look at those two fellas and those would not be fitting names for them, right? You cannot say I'm wrong.
When you say the two fellas, do you mean like the blue guy and the Robin Williams character, or the blue guy and the little like thing that he has flying near him?
No, the blue guy and the red guy.
That could be their name. In a movie called Robots.
The red guy looks like a wrench. He looks like a wrench.
he looks like one of those what are those
like
things?
A ratchet, maybe.
Yeah, the back of his head does kind of look like a wrench, which is so weird because I'm looking at the names of the characters right now. You'd think their names would be very like machine based.
What are they?
Rodney. Cappy. Fender.
Okay, I know Big Weld is the big rotund man.
Big Weld. Yeah. There's Madam Gasket. Why does everyone have a mechanical name except for the main character?
Main character syndrome. May I present to you?
That's probably it. Oh, apparently they had a robot with the actors had a little robot with them when they were walking the red carpet for the movie.
That's so cute. I'm happy for them. Oh my gosh.
That is adorable.
That is
I can
good.
definitely see that, especially since I'm trying to remember the movie came out in 2005, which was just a few years after the first Ratchet and Clank game came out.
So it's okay. So Ratchet and Clank even came first. So let me tell you my surprise when I Googled it and I was like, who are these little cat fellas? And then I immediately was like, false. Wait, I was like, why do you look like these guys? What's going on?
That is by design.
Almost as if you planned for this to happen, maybe. Almost as if it was all according to plan.
It's all according to Kikaku.
Kikaku, of course, which means plan.
I thought it meant cake.
Well, honestly, I wouldn't blame you for thinking it meant cake.
I think Team Fortress actually made a joke.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, Goku says something like all according to cake. And there was a subtitle that said, by cake he means Keikaku. And Keikaku means plan.
There you go. My brain is now filled with all of those wild translations.
Oh my god, the early days of fan subs was a very interesting time.
There are some strange ones. Yeah. Very old-fashioned.
Like people die when they are killed.
Yes, they do. They do. There's one about a fish that I will not say on my channel.
I know which one.
If you know the fish one, you know the fish
one. Yep.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
My God.
Oh wait, that is Code Geass, huh?
It was Code Geass.
Oh my gosh, it is. What's his face? The brunette.
Suzaku.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Just holding a fish. It's like, okay. Even as a kid, I was like, I don't think that's accurate.
Are we not familiar with this one? Do people not know what this reference is? Let them eat cake? I will. I see the question mark. Selma, you can look into that on your own time. If you
Guys,
want.
just look up fish, anime fish meme on like Google Images.
Or
and
like anime fish, like subtitles maybe, yeah. Or like popular fan sub moments or something like that. You will find some wild stuff. It was a different time back then. Yes, it really was.
I stared into the abyss with Linkin Park blazing in the background, and it stared back at me.
If your Linkin Park was not Nightcore, I don't want to hear it.
It was Linkin Park and Nightcore.
There you go. Everybody keeps calling it like TikTok versions of songs now when they speed stuff up, and I'm so...
That makes me sad.
Why are you calling it that? No. It's called Nightcore, please. Please.
People aren't cultured these days.
Respect the tradition. Respect those that came before you.
I sound like such a hipster now.
Why? Because you're upset about it?
Not that I'm upset about it. I feel like we've reached the point of conversation of back in our day.
Back in our day.
This is what happened.
Well, I had to explain analog video editing.
Oh no. The fact that people these days don't know. Okay, I mentioned that I work with kids. I work with elementary schoolers, and
oh boy,
a lot of them don't know what Yu-Gi-Oh is. A lot of them don't know anything before the PS4 era.
They don't know what Yu-Gi-Oh is.
Yeah, they don't know what Yu-Gi-Oh is. They still know what Pokemon is, and they know what One Piece is. They don't know what Yu-Gi-Oh is.
Wait, pause, stop. They know what...
How?
Elementary schoolers know One Piece.
Yes. They also know a lot of other things they really shouldn't know.
I do. I'm aware of that. I will say I'm aware of that. My partner teaches a much broader age range than I do, and boy, they say some phrases, huh?
God bless them.
They sure do say some phrases that I am only aware of because I'm a VTuber. Otherwise, I'm so disconnected from the internet. I'm like, thank God I at least have one thing that lets me know the lingo. Your mental
health is probably way better than mine.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm just not being bogged by the miscellaneous things out in the void out there.
That's fair.
There are always things to fill that, however, though, I will say.
Very, very true. I do a lot of freelance writing and editorializing, sometimes for other content creators, sometimes for websites. So I unfortunately have to stay plugged in a lot of the time.
Oh, I see.
And I've seen things.
Oh, I can imagine the things you've seen. I can imagine the things you've seen. I don't want to imagine the things you've seen.
Don't. Let's move on to the next topic.
Let's move on. Next topic.
But yeah, there's a lot of things from like the older days that it's kind of fun to go back and think about them and kind of see what maybe they got away with back then, or what is coming out that kind of harkens back to things back then. Like they just announced that. Did you ever watch the Digimon movie?
Oh, I think so. Is that the one where he's really excited about his mom cooking something odd?
Yes.
Why is that the only thing I remember?
It's a very, very specific thing to remember about that movie.
That's definitely a movie that I like watched in pieces across many different days.
Interesting. Okay. Now, because it's being re-released. Like the Digimon movie was based off of a bunch of Japanese OVAs that were edited and cut together to make a movie. And those OVAs were never officially released over here in the United States, but now they're officially going to get released next month.
Oh, wow! Congrats!
And the person that worked on them actually got all of the original, the ones that are still alive, all the original dub actors back to like re-record it more accurately. And I'm like, that's really cool.
That is. Dang, Digimon fans about to eat real well.
Exactly. And I know the person who worked on the films, so it's like they are super happy that they got to. They're a massive Digimon fan.
Yay! Oh my gosh.
So I always like things like that. Winning. See, I always like when things from the past kind of come back in like a, we did it, guys.
Yeah.
We're doing good. We're eating well.
Yes, I just keep winning. My two like biggest like pieces of media, I guess, that I was into growing up, I've been eating so well the last couple of years for. Can you guess what they are, perhaps? Because they're two things that just got remakes.
Okay. Just got remakes. One of them Transformers?
Not quite. They're both, I guess for further hint, one's a game and one is an anime.
Okay.
Wait,
Ranma 1/2.
No, that's not the one I'm thinking of, but I'm also really happy about that one. Okay, maybe this is too broad of a question, because you're going to list other ones I'm also happy about.
Because there's a lot of things being remade nowadays.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess I already was displeased about you not having completed a Final Fantasy game. Final Fantasy VII was one of my favorite games as a kid.
Oh, that is true. That is still recently and still currently being remade.
Yes, I played Crisis Core on the bus.
For the PSP?
Yes. Or, wait, or was it Vita? It might have been Vita. Or was it PSP? It might be PSP. I can't remember.
I think it was PSP.
I had both of those, so I don't recall.
I think you could still play like downloadable PSP games on the Vita, so it still counts.
Oh, that might be what it was. It could have been that. So I was really eating well about that one, and then my second is Trigun.
So you're really excited about Stampede?
I'm so excited about Stampede. That's why I have a gun. This is Vash's gun.
Oh, it is.
This is just Vash's gun, which is just upside down barrel. And then my glasses. Don't worry, whoever put my glasses on, I'll put them back. I have Vash's glasses, like halfway between the old version and the new version. I got the squiggly sides on it for his old glasses, and then I have orange lenses of like the new ones.
That is so fire.
I love me a stupid man in a red coat.
Okay, so fun fact, 2 things about Trigun. I'm going to flex a little bit, if that's okay.
Go flex. I want to hear Trigun flex. We have not survived our Make It to Squeiji stream without talking about Trigun allegations. However, go.
So one of the websites that I worked for is Anime News Network, and not only did I write an article on the original Trigun, seeing if it still holds up today, but I was the one doing the episodic reviews for the show while it was airing.
Really?
So I got paid to watch Trigun, which was really cool.
Dang, I wish I could get paid to watch Trigun. Trigun, let me make models for you.
It's funny you say that also, because I just came back. I was doing con season was this past weekend, and I do work a lot of conventions, and I did attend some of the Studio Orange panels, and they went into a lot of detail about how they crafted certain scenes, because Trigun Stampede is a little weird. It's sorry, a little phlegm. Trigun Stampede is a little bit weird, where it's not an adaptation of. It's a little of everything. It's kind of prequel of the original anime, and it's kind of an adaptation of the Trigun the Maxim manga, but it's also its own thing.
It's it's a little here, it's a little there.
It's a little here, it's a little there.
We're redoing it with different pacing this time.
Well, they actually straight up said that during the panel, when they were crafting scenes, they were like, okay, how would, and I guess all of this was given on Naitao, the original mangaka's approval. It's like, if Naitao was writing these scenes or producing the show today, with this technology, how would he do it? And they broke down like the entire CG process of like everything from like using blocky models in order to get like the framing and the positioning, and then starting with a low quality 3D model of the character, and then getting a sense for the overall environment, adding the effects afterwards. Everything, all the voice acting was recorded first, so they could try to have the animation match the voice acting as much as possible, which is not done in anime.
No.
Most of the time.
No.
Like 99% of the time, it is not done that way. So they really, really took their time with it.
They did.
But the second big, so that was more like a cool fun fact thing. But the second big flex is I got to moderate a panel with Johnny Young Bosch this past summer.
Dang!
One of the odd jobs I do is moderating conventions with some voice actors, and I got to work with Johnny Young Bosch, and super cool guy. He gave out like little Trigun Funko Pops at the panel.
Oh my gosh, that is so sick! That's so cool. What the heck?
I wear a lot of different hats at this garage. I perform a lot of different odd jobs.
Yeah. Yes, you certainly do. Dang. Bolts, you're so cool. What the heck?
Those are my flexes for the evening.
Let's go. Yeah, flexes. I was like, hey, I can give one flex on the topics we were on, which is that I can't show anyone it because it's under my like the real name. But I have work in I have concept work for Final Fantasy VII a little bit. Ooh. I was commissioned for an illustration for Final Fantasy VII prior to the first remake.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I cried. I was so scared.
That's fair. That's a fair reaction.
So scared. I had a friend who was an intern there, and she just like looking at art I had of Aerith that I had drawn, and they were like, "Hey, that's sick. Can you get this person for us for something?" And my friend was like, "Yes, this is literally a person I'm friends with. They will. Yes." I was like, I'm gonna die. I was so scared the whole way through, but it went well. And now, if you own things, there's a thing that released with the first remake game that has my art in it in print. You'll never know who I am, so you won't know it's mine, but I'm there, which is cool.
Regardless, that is amazing. Now I want to try to find it.
It looks nothing like the rest of the art I make, because it's like my it's my like teaching concept style, so good luck.
I will now make it my life's mission in order to track down this one model in this game that I still have not beaten yet.
It's not a model, it's an illustration.
Oh, an illustration.
It's not in the game. It's not in the game. It's for the material that they released with the remake. I have an illustration and a collector's thing.
I'm going to look this up later. I'll find it.
You will definitely find it, but won't know which thing is mine. No, it's not the box art. It's not the box art. Snack bet. I'll eat the rest of a fortune cookie I was eating. Hi, teach. Hi, students.
Man, that is a good flex. I think everybody wants to like have the opportunity to work on like their star franchise right there. I'm so happy you had that opportunity.
I know. It was really cool, and ever since then I was like, dang, I hope I get to work with them again. I haven't heard anything since then, and that was 2017. But I still, honestly, I can die happy now. I'm good. All I think that would make it even better is if I get to if I could draw or do modeling or something for like Trigun. That's the only thing that could top that. Like,
well, who knows? Studio Orange is taking on a lot more projects.
They are.
And the size of their studio has also increased.
Hey, if y'all need a texture artist, let me know.
Build up that resume.
I'll hold it up. I've done some silly things. I promise. I'm
And if
cool.
I ever have any points of contact, I know exactly who I'm recommending.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. I will say I did see the panel, one of the panels that I think you're talking about for Studio Orange. I saw it a year, not at this year's Otakon, but at the previous years. Because they were there too. Yeah, there was actually a windstorm in DC while it was happening, so we all got Ambler alerts and scared the hell out of the entire everyone who's on stage. They thought the world was ending. They thought it was a missile warning.
Yikes!
Because we're in DC. They were like, so everybody's phone just starts screaming, and the building is screaming. It was just like a weather advisory. So that threw things off. But I could see some really cool concept art and all that from when they were planning the characters, and they showed us like the animation breakdown and stuff. It was cool. I love that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
Same. Always love seeing the stories behind the stories.
I love how it was made. That's
philosophy I follow.
Yeah. Or it wasn't an Ambler alert. It was like the... What do they call it?
Like a weather warning?
Yeah, the National Weather Advisory sound. And when you have like 200 people sitting in a convention room and every single one of them's phone goes off. It's certainly scary. Something. Yeah. It's a little concerning.
A little scary.
just a tad, maybe slightly.
Just a smidge.
I will say I've done my customary talk for 40 minutes after starting. I'm gonna put us into the scene where drawing happens. So that way I can draw, and that way everybody can see me draw the drawing I've made so far of you. Let's see. Where was I gonna do that? Was gonna do that here. We'll put us here. We can keep yapping as best we want, as about as much whatever we want. But I should at least draw. Oh, I need to move you. Whoops.
I have no fear. I am here.
I say Bolts is the work of art that is here. Maybe, I guess.
Yes.
Your model art is real nice,
the speaker,
though.
Guys. Squiiji worked on me the whole time. Thank you. It was. I always feel like I like that a lot of people have said that my model is very cute and they like a lot of details about it. But
yeah, your eyes are so detailed.
The power button eyes was actually not my idea.
Really?
That was the idea for the artist who I originally commissioned to get the first bit of artwork for my model.
Oh, I see.
I could go into a little bit of model background if that's okay.
Sure, if you want to.
So when I started VTubing, I got my model. I officially started VTubing about late January, early February of 2023. But I had the model and everything prepared in like late 2022. I didn't start VTubing originally with the intention of I want to grow as a content creator. I kind of did. I just did your model kidding. Oh,
did you hear my very quiet wow? Sorry to interrupt you by getting flung.
No, you're good. You're good. I love all the animations and redeems for your channel. It really is. That actually kind of gets into, I never started VTubing with the intention of like making it as a content creator, or like I didn't necessarily have a plan compared to a lot of other people. I just did it because I wanted to keep streaming. I was an IRL streamer where I shared a Twitch stream with my partner at the time. And we had been together for a while, but then we broke up, and the channel was technically mine, like it was under my name. So they were like, do whatever you want with the channel. But I didn't really feel right kind of going back to it because we were kind of establishing a brand with that separately. So I'm like, yeah, I'll just make a new channel from scratch. But then I thought, I don't really want to show my face on screen. I don't want to have to worry about like the upkeep of like looking nice with the lights and shading and doing all this other stuff. It's a lot of work. So I thought, I'll just do VTubing. So I had a little bit of extra money that I no longer needed to kind of like spend on my partner or anything. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to make a model, and I knew I wanted it to be based off of Ratchet and Clank. I knew I wanted it to be based off of I kind of had this mentality of, you know what, Bolts, you spend so much time writing about the cool things that other people make. It's time for you to make something cool. So that's what I did. I took my love of retro games and some concept designs that I sort of sketched out or had notes on from some D&D characters that I did. And then I went to an artist friend of mine. Does anyone know? Has anyone heard of the Tinder Skitty comics?
That sounds. Wait? The only reason that's familiar to me is because I teach I taught graphic noveling, and one of my students, I believe, showed us that in class for one of my projects.
Really? That's pretty cool. If you were to take that, go to the back of the book, you would find my old pen name on it.
Really?
Because I have a friend that I've known for a couple of years. He wrote those comics. He based them off of the Markiplier stream, the Smash or Pass Pokemon Markiplier stream. And I helped him out with a couple of the chapters. Like, some of the chapters in those books are based off of ideas that I gave him. And kind of in exchange for helping him out with that, he agreed to be the one to help come up with the first initial design for Bolts.
Huh.
So I gave him like some things from Ratchet and Clank. I gave him some of the ideas and sketches and concepts from my D&D character, like the cape, the side cape. That's from D&D.
See, that is like the number one thing I hear about VTuber designs, is that somehow so many of us wind up being D&D interpretations, because Yomi is from D&D. I feel like I can ramble off like 9 or 10 more, but like more than a third of the models I like look at on stream are also like D&D character origin becomes the VTuber model. Because I guess that is most people's first experience with character design, I guess, for themselves, right?
Yeah, and I feel like most people, when they design characters for D&D, they are always putting a little bit of themselves into those characters.
Oh, of course, yes.
And since your VTuber is by and large a reflection of who you are, that just kind of makes sense. And I'm looking at chat, the one where Skitty is with Wailord. Yes, that exact one.
Yeah.
So I gave them the concepts, and I basically said, fill in the blanks yourself. I don't pride myself on being a very creative person, but I trusted him. And he was the one to come up with the power button eyes. That was not in my notes at all. He added that, and I'm like, that is absolutely brilliant, and I'm running with that for the rest of my life. So
that makes sense for you.
There are toggles on some of the other models I have, like my Chibi model, where the symbols in my eyes will change depending on my mood. So if I'm excited, they'll turn to exclamation points. Or if I'm feeling a little sussy, they'll turn into hearts. And I want to be able to run with that idea a bit more in the future. But that's kind of where that design, that's kind of like where that concept came from. And the symbol on my chest, this is actually the
colors too?
It does not yet.
Okay, I swear, just because I'm looking at your model now, I'm like looking at you and looking at my drawing of you, and I'm like, I'm just using you, like real you, as a reference. I don't know if you watched, I was sliding your face around.
No, you're good.
As I'm like looking at your like 3/4 angle that you have on your model, I was like, this is not what you look like at 3/4. But I was like, wait, I swear your those symbols were a different color in the ref, but I'm like, am I just misremembering? I must be.
It's always been this color. Maybe it's been a bit brighter, like maybe a different shade of green, but it's always been green.
Yeah, I thought it was like teal. With like
in some artworks,
in my mind.
Yes. I could share the first official artwork if that helps with you.
I mean,
let me send it over.
Whatever you want to do. This is just the thing that proves that I will say I do not have the best memory on the planet Earth. And if this is, I sent Bolts accidentally on like a wild goose chase looking for some image that included a workbench for this, because I swore I saw it and that it existed, but I think I was amalgamating like 3 different images, and I mean, it was all really good art. I was still very happy I saw all of it, but I was like, nope, I definitely just made that up in my brain. I definitely invented a house for you at some point for some reason.
I mean, hey, I would love a house. My lore is that I live at that garage and just kind of barely making ends meet by having so many like. Well, it's kind of a little bit of the struggling mechanic, struggling artist thing, and also it's a good opportunity because whenever like I have a collab, it's always like, oh, I have. My chat are my customers, and whenever I have like a guest on, it's like, okay, what are we working on? What you're my client. What am I working on with you?
Oh, yeah.
Huh. There's a lot of deep lore for my character that I have not revealed yet. It's that is also something I've got like a laundry list of things that I would love to do at some point in the future, but time is not something that I have. So
I am writing a graphic novel of my lore, and I have 6 pages out. I have 4 more pages done, and it will never be done. The whole thing will never be finished, probably ever. But it's an undertaking for a graphic novel. Yomi was so smart for doing an RPG Maker thing. That was so smart.
I was very smart, and it looked amazing.
I know. It looked so good. I was like, dang. Not that didn't take also forever. That also took a lot of time. But
yeah, like 6 to 8 months of time.
Yes. And, you know, graphic novel will probably end up taking me about the same once I actually get to work on it again. Once I stop doing things like moving and the 19 other things I tend to do.
Mood, the life of a content creator, we have our hands in so many different cookie jars, and yet we don't have time to eat any cookies.
No, well, wait. Well, actually, it's probably a cooldown. I have a cookie redeem.
I specifically use that analogy because you have the cookie redeem.
Rich, you're trying to summon me some cookies right now. I'm eating a fortune cookie in real life right now.
I'll probably bake myself some cookies tonight before sleep. Cookies are one of my favorite snacks. I love them.
Mm-hmm. Wait. So hang on. You were in the same time zone as me. So you may understand this thing. I confuse a lot of people with this. If I say fish crackers, do you know what that is?
Fish crackers?
Fish crackers.
No.
No, okay, I'm trying to diagnose how regional that is.
Like, yeah, no, I don't think I've ever heard of that before.
No!
Why, what are they?
Goldfish crackers.
Oh, like the snack that smiles back gold.
Yes,
like those?
Yes.
No, I just hear them called goldfish because are they technically crackers? They're more like Cheez-Its, aren't they?
Cheez-Its are crackers. What do you mean? What do you mean?
I guess that's true. I guess I never classified them as crackers in my head because they're made of cheese and crackers are like made of wheat. You know?
Well, no. Goldfish contain wheat. Goldfish are a cracker that just contains cheddar inside of it. But where I am, I guess where I'm from, pretty much only where I am from, like fish crackers, like you know how people call like Kleenex versus tissues. Like people will call it both things. That's fish crackers versus goldfish. Goldfish is the brand name.
I can't say I've ever heard somebody call them fish crackers. It's always just been goldfish.
No. Okay. All right. That's like a no. Like no. I've never been questioned. No one's ever not understood this before until I started streaming, and then I confuse everyone constantly. And I was like, I cannot believe this is such a regional thing. And you're clearly you're on the same time zone as me.
I am. I'm pretty sure I'm on the same time zone as you. In fact, I don't think I'm that far from where you are.
I would imagine not. ID10 and I accidentally via like knowing what a specific food item was realized that we live within like an hour or two of each other.
Oh my god, we might like be a literal triangle, like all living in different spots, basically.
Yeah,
like an hour or two away from each other on the East Coast. That's incredible.
I would imagine potentially. It's funny.
I had a collab last week where in the middle of the collab, I realized the person lives like maybe 20 minutes from me. like in the
What?
same neighborhood, and I'm like, what? You're here?
You guys need to be besties immediately. You can go hang out. Like, what? That is
Well,
wild.
they're also in the middle of a move. I think they're in Florida right now visiting family, but they are
Oh,
also in the middle of a big move. So
oh
maybe
man.
when things settle down, I always feel like that's an awkward sell, even if you're friends with people. It's like, hey, so since I know where you live,
Oh, well, I mean, I feel like that's the thing. Like VTubers all look forward to TwitchCon so that they can finally like meet each other, I guess. But when you have the
Mhm.
opportunity because you live on like the same coast, it's a little bit easier to pitch and be like, "Hey, do you want to do something together, maybe?" Not
True,
knock
but
knock. No, we're not gonna
true,
go
but
knock on
at
the door.
least I think with TwitchCon, you can look at like a big event and be like, oh, we're all going there, so we might as well meet up,
Mm.
kind of thing. Versus, although I guess I did try inviting a VTuber friend that I realized was close. So there are two VTuber friends that I've gotten to know recently that I realized are very, very close to me. And one of them I actually tried to invite to the HoloLive concert that happened in New
Oh,
York
yeah, New
for New
York.
York Comic Con.
Yeah.
I'm not New York Comic Con, Anime NYC. So it was
Oh,
like
yeah,
because
yeah.
I did coverage for it, so I got to go for free.
Mm-hmm.
And I had an extra ticket, and it's like, hey, do you want to come? But they weren't big on like a big loud space of people
Ah,
yelling and going
mm-hmm.
crazy. They're a very meek person.
I don't
So
blame
I'm like,
them.
nope. That totally makes sense. I don't blame you.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to get loud and hectic, and it did. It was a fun time. Uh, but now that I know
Dang.
this other person who is the exact opposite, I'm like, okay, the next wild thing I get invited to, I'm probably gonna drag you with me. Um, because there's like a lot of events on the East Coast that I cover as a part of my job, and
Mm-hmm.
I saw the new Transformers movie last week.
Hey, there you go.
Uh, I got to see it early to review it before the review embargo because it technically doesn't come out until this weekend.
Oh,
So
dang. You
I get some perks
you wear
every
some
now
very
and then.
cool you wear some very cool hats. Dang.
Yes,
Dang.
and now if only I can be careful not to break my neck under the weight of all of them because it's a
Careful not to
lot.
break your NDA under the weight of all of them.
Yes. No, I can. There is one thing that I'm sitting on that I really, really want to announce, but I can't because it hasn't been made public yet. It's just a matter of waiting for when my website is ready to post it. But it's probably going to be, I don't want to overhype it, but it's very much something where it might be one of those things where how the hell did this kind of nobody indie VTuber land something like this? But I just got to be patient. Just got to be patient.
Okay. I
Um,
wouldn't call you a nobody. I think that's called being mean to yourself.
I am very mean to myself. No, I think a better way to look at it is in terms of it was also like this when I had a YouTube channel before. Part of the reason why I understand how to do YouTube a lot is because I did run a channel before with my best friend where we talked about like voice acting and anime dubs and stuff like that.
Ah.
And it was fairly successful. And because of that, I'm very good at making connections with a lot of people. A lot of
Mm.
people that I think most people wouldn't expect me to make connections with. I don't want to say it's like I'm best friends with all these people. It's like, no, I've talked with and in some ways worked with some of these people. I've worked with I might just list a bunch of people that I don't, since I know you're not super plugged into things, I might just list off people that you don't fully know. But I've worked with some of the people on Team 4 Star. I've worked with some of the
Oh, okay.
people
I'm familiar with that.
on I've worked with I've written videos for Giga from Trash Taste. I've worked on
Oh,
a video
huh.
with Connor, Sea Dog VA,
Yeah.
Iron Mouse's monkey boy.
Okay.
And like I said, I get to go to some of these events where I get to do coverage and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and
Dang. Okay.
do interviews with people, and it's really really cool. Um, the nature of the jobs that I do sometimes is it's very much I myself am not put front and center. It's always
Mm-hmm.
aiding bigger people behind the scenes. So I think that's why I'm a little mean to myself sometimes, where it's like, oh, I'm not the focus, but I help but I want to help the people that are the focus.
And I'm gonna tell you what I tell ID10, which is that they don't exist, they don't work without you. That you are required for.
Yes, I'm trying to be less.
You're an integral
myself.
part to that. does not work otherwise. Someone needs to bolt. That. You need to bolt. No, Bolt needs to. No, Bolt does not need to bolt.
I mean, I'll bolt if like I'd like to stay.
Bye, Selma. I don't even think someone meant to make that pun. Someone makes a lot of puns, but I don't even know if someone meant for that.
I'm surprised it took me this long to see someone make that pun.
Really?
People don't even make that pun in my chat, and it's like, guys, if you're here, step up your game.
Dang,
like you already antagonize me with puns. That's such an obvious one.
There you go. The next time I'm snooping on you, I will befall this upon you. I will force you to.
I will look forward to it.
There you go.
I will look forward to it. But yeah, and actually, when I took that break last year, I was very mean to myself. I was very much, like, do I want to take this seriously? Do I want to do this casually? Because I just did VTubing for the sake of doing it. But after I took that break and I came back last December with a bunch of YouTube shorts and updated a couple of things, started networking a lot more. That's when I realized, no, I want to be a content creator. I want to be somebody that I always have this philosophy and I apply it to like kind of everything, no matter what space I occupy. And this is kind of like I really should add this as like a subtitle or one of those things. You ever go to like a restaurant or something and they have a sign on the wall that's like the moniker or something of the place?
Yeah. They have their like I don't want to say like their philosophy, but like the
like a motto.
Or I guess like a motto or just like their like I don't want to say mission statement either, but like kind of adjacently. Is that what you're talking about?
It's kind of. I think a philosophy is good, or it's kind of like a mission for like the shop or restaurant to do. Like we want to leave customers with this type of experience, or we want to provide the best this of all time. My mission statement is kind of along the lines of I want to leave people better. I want people to leave the shop better than when they find it, or better than when they enter it.
See, that's like funny because that's adjacent to the like leave XYZ thing better than the way you found it, but like you're like I don't want to say doing the opposite of that, but like you're kind of being a part of that, but the people are leaving better than this makes sense in my head. Yeah. I'm not figuring out how to say it.
I know what you mean. It is that exact same philosophy. I just tweaked it a little bit, like in the wording, to be a bit more about like, it's less a case of something that happens to people and more like something that I want to be able to do.
Yeah.
So I want to be able to help people improve their stuff because, and there's also like, there's a selfish and a selfless reason. There's a selfless reason in the sense that I just like seeing people happy. I like making sure people are taken care of. I like making sure that everything is fixed. Sometimes I do it a little bit at my own expense, which is something I need to work on. But that gets to the selfish reason. I'm the type of person who learns from experience. I learn a little bit about myself and a little bit about everything around me. The more people I interact with, the more people I talk to, the more things that I quote unquote fix, whether it's a busted controller or helping someone through a difficult time. That's kind of the person that I want to be. And I kind of work that into my streams a little bit because when it comes to the retro stuff, there is like a limited niche appeal to it. But the reason why I like looking at the stories behind a lot of these games is because these games and these cartoons, because it's retro media as a whole. I think there's still so much that we can learn from this stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Understand how it informs where we are, how we look at things, how we can improve things, how we can appreciate things, both in the past and the present. Because honestly, I think things would be a lot better overall if we just learned to take a step back and appreciate the work that goes into things and the work that we put into things.
Oh, absolutely.
So that's what I try to do. So I like writing little shorts where it's like, did you know about this cool thing? And it's like, I didn't, and I have an appreciation for that now. Or recently kind of going into some of the modern stuff that's going on. I talked about the PS5 Pro the other day and how it gave me flashbacks to remember when the PS3 came out? Feels like we didn't learn a lot from when that happened,
No.
guys. Like the original bulky has way too many ports to be useful PS3,
No.
guys.
And we don't even get a DVD drive.
No,
There's not even a disc
at least
drive.
that was backwards compatible. This doesn't even give us a disc drive, so it's like, ah, yes, the more things change, the more they stay the same, unfortunately.
No, it's not even staying the same. We're losing things. We've lost the disc drive.
We're losing things. It's worse. And it's like...
Sometimes things that are expensive are worse.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus, it's also a thing where the world is on fire. We're all kind of running crazy, both with personal stuff and like stuff that goes on out there. So it's like, look, if I could provide a space for you guys to chill out and maybe feel nostalgic for something that you grew up with, like Sly Cooper or Silent Hill, because yes, that is a comfort game to some people out there.
That is a comfort game to my partner, yeah.
Oh, good taste.
I feel so bad because my partner's called Jubby around these parts. But Jubby will be like, oh, I want to show you this game, and it'll be like Cry of Fear or like something, and I'm like, okay. And then I watch like half an hour of it, and I'm like, I'm so sorry, I can't watch any more of this. I'm so scared.
No worries. That was the same thing with my ex. They could not play any remotely scary game that would raise their heart rate.
I try so hard. I support others. Oh, hello.
Oh,
whoa.
Big Raid coming in. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Dobie. Hi, fellas. I'm Squiiji, freelance artist, fun guy, also an art educator. I'm drawing bolts right now, and we forgot we're supposed to be talking about Ratchet and Clank, but that's okay. That's bolts.
Okay. I'm eventually getting there.
Rotate at them, shroommates. Rotate at them.
Ooh,
Hi, Dobie.
welcome in, Raiders.
Hey, Jay and Ventu, thank you for following. How was your stream, Dobie? Were you also doing art, perhaps? Oh, love you with your models. Thanks.
Oh, thank you.
I'm glad everybody likes it. We're pretty cool. Bolts gave us the backstory on their model earlier.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot. I was gonna pin a thing of NB squad only today. Because I am a they them, you are a they them, and there's going to always be miscellaneous pronouns flying around. So I was going to hopefully head that off, but
non-binary squad.
Let's go. I told him
I need more friends that are non-binary.
I got you. Don't worry. Models are gorgeous. Have a rose. Thank you. Don't mind if I do.
I'm gonna put my goggles on because I'm getting shy now.
I'm gonna hide behind them. I'm getting so shy. Didn't know what your pronouns. I apologize. Oh, you're good. Don't be. You did. I didn't even notice if you said one way or the other. It's okay. I don't get mad if people don't know. I can't blame you. It's all good.
Yep. It happens, but we appreciate the respect.
Yeah, of course. But I hope you guys had a good stream.
This could be a fun story that I'm curious about your reaction to this a little bit. Because it has to do with Final Fantasy.
Oh, okay.
So, I mentioned before that like I was an IRL streamer and I shared a channel with my ex, and they could not play certain games. They couldn't play scary games, and they couldn't play games that had like a freeform camera because they would get motion sick.
Oh no, that sucks.
So they couldn't play the Final Fantasy remake. They could barely even watch gameplay of it.
Oh no, that's so sad.
So we had an agreement where it's like, okay, how about you play the original Final Fantasy because it's a grid-based RPG, and I'll play the remake. There we go.
Oh, there you go. Teamwork.
In the original Final Fantasy VII, you get to name all your party members. And even though like they have canon names and everything, they wanted to like, try to come up with like fun names for everybody. So they asked me, oh, what should I name Aerith? And here's the thing about my ex, they were not pop culture savvy at all. So they did not know what happens in Final Fantasy VII.
Oh,
so
I gotta give my customary Bible spoiler now.
I jokingly said, call her Red Shirt. And they're like, why? It's like, you don't know that trope, do you? No? Don't look it up. And don't have chat tell you to look it up. And we'll just leave it at that. Everyone was like, you're such a bad person. I'm like, I am. but it was.
Oh no! You're so mean.
I don't even think they finished the game to get to that point, but that is a very like funny.
They'll never know.
They'll never know.
That's wild.
They don't game a lot anyway, but that would have been a fun thing for them to reach that point. It's like, wait, this happens? It's like, yes. Is that why you made me call her Red Shirt? It's like, yep.
Uh-huh. Oh no. Oh no.
I love my mean little in-jokes like that.
That's fair. I told a story yesterday because I said I was celebrating of us both being envies. I told a story the other day of how I asked Jubby, who is also non-binary, we were talking about the word, and Jubby said envies, and I was like, I don't like that word. It feels kind of like infantizing. Like it sounds like the word baby. Why do they call non-binary people that?
NB.
And Jubby was like, just kind of blinked at me, and I was like, what? And Jubby was like, why do they call non-binary people NBs? I was like, yes? Question mark? Why are you? Yes? Question mark? And Jubby was like, because they're spelling the abbreviation, maybe, perhaps. I was like, oh. So if you needed an approximation of the kind of person I am, I'm not quick with it. I am not quick with it.
It takes a second for the penny to drop.
Yes, I get got by the getting gotter, and that air thing totally would have gotten me had I not been aware.
Religiously into Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah. No. I know it.
I just wanted to take advantage of the unicorn because I feel like everybody knows, or like most people know.
No, but I told Jubby about that being a thing that happened because Jubby had never heard the Sephiroth song or anything like that. Jubby's never played Final Fantasy VII and knows nothing about it, other than what I've said. And I like made a joke about her dying because the only character Jubby knows is Tifa, and we can guess why people generally know Tifa. There's a reason people know Tifa. Jubby was like, oh, I guess she is not as whatever as Tifa, therefore I wouldn't know who that is. I was like, well, she dies. And Jubby was like, oh, one of the characters dies? I was like, the game has been out for 27 years, question mark?
Yeah, almost 30. Jesus Christ.
That's like a major pop culture thing. I guess sorry for spoiling the Bible for you, question mark, but it did happen. It did. It did happen.
It is very much like that. It's like spoiling that Jesus rises from the dead on the third day. It's it's like what did we think was gonna happen? But I guess Jubby had no basis. Jubby does not know much about the Final Fantasy game. Jubby is watching me play Metal Gear for the first time ever right now too, so I get to explain all of the things. Wait, the original Metal Gear for like the old computer system or Metal Gear Solid?
Well, actually both. I got the Metal Gear collection for Switch and it contains all of the above.
Nice. No, because a lot of people don't know there were Metal Gear games before Metal Gear Solid.
Yes, there were.
Because it came out on in an old computer system that was basically the same price as a car back then.
Yes. I hunted all over Tarnation with one of my friends for that collection, specifically because I had no way to play a bunch of the games because I don't have a PlayStation 3, which is where the collection is currently locked.
Yeah.
And I was like, did you know it was a limited release? It was a limited release. I didn't know. So we hunted it down. We found it. I am so relieved that we got it. I would not have recovered. Don't worry, I have it, but we are playing both of them, and now I get to explain all of the strange quirks about that game, which is
nice.
Chubby was like, why does Mei Ling have a wink animation? Why is that specifically a part of it? And I was like, don't worry, Snake's gonna flirt with every woman he meets and still end up single.
Alone.
He's going to be adjacently married to the guy we haven't met yet in the game. Yeah. And they're gonna have a daughter, kind of. Don't worry about it yet.
She makes eggs.
She sure does. She sure does make eggs. And a really normal cutscene.
Very, very normal. It's a very normal franchise. Like, just
very normal.
Very, very much a guy in his bandana type of story.
Yes, absolutely. Very much. That game is the only reason I've touched Fortnite. That was the convincing point for me to play Fortnite, was because they put Snake. I didn't care about Snake. I wanted Old Man Snake. Old Man Snake is cool Snake. I wanted to be him. I was like, we'll take it. I was like, yes, I will play this game with you if you buy me the Battle Pass.
I'm very much looking forward to getting my PS1 model, because then I have I've been holding off on playing certain PS1 classics because I want to play it with the model, because I want I want all of it to match. So I want to play the original Metal Gear Solid. I definitely want to go back and actually finish the original Final Fantasy VII. Mm-hmm. I kind of want to go back and play the original Crash Bandicoot. I have all these games on my shelf right now.
As I figured you, of all people, probably would.
Right. I don't think I ever actually specified this. I'm a retro game collector, guys. That is.
Yeah, I guess we didn't make that clear. That's why you've been summoned.
That's the reason why I am the way that I am.
Yes.
This
is true.
So a lot of the games I've talked about are games that I own. I even own, since we're talking about Metal Gear, I even have the rare GameCube re-release of the first Metal Gear, Twin Snakes.
I have that too.
Oh, nice.
That was actually my first Metal Gear experience. Then I played the others.
Be careful with the disc, because that game is not going to have a long shelf life, unfortunately.
Really? I didn't know that. I haven't actually put it into the GameCube in probably 12 years. It has
lesson time, everybody. Nintendo. I'm sorry, finish your thought. I cut you off.
You're good. I was like, should I be concerned?
Concerned in the way that Nintendo, for every 3 good decisions they made, they would make one really, really dumb decision. So why do you think the GameCube failed the console war back then?
That's news to me. I don't know.
It was between the GameCube, the original Xbox, and the PS2. GameCube sold the least amount of units. I think it was 64 million or something like that.
That's not fair, because my Xbox self-destructed within a month of owning it. And my GameCube still works to this day. I have a GameCube that literally came out I have a release GameCube. I have a GameCube that is as old as a GameCube can get, and that thing works.
In terms of tech infrastructure, in terms of construction, and in terms of visual output, it was the best of the 3 consoles. That's why I could stream games in HD off of my GameCube and they look immaculate. There's no
Why did it lose?
Because of the disc size.
Oh, because they're little?
Because they're little. So Nintendo was very stubborn in jumping on the make games on CDs trend that was starting with the that was sort of starting to gain traction towards the end of the N64 era. No, actually earlier than the N64 era, because N64 came out after the PS1, which has also contributed to why the PS1 had a head start and did so well. And the reason why was because they were very worried about piracy. It is very easy to burn and copy games off of discs.
Yes, it is.
So they're no, we're going to stick with cartridges, because cartridges, you can save the games on the cartridges, and cartridges are very, very hard to pirate. It's yes, 2 problems with cartridges. One, they're more expensive to make, and
that would help,
because you have to consider the plastic and stuff to encase the cartridges, which adds up. And 2, the amount of storage space they can hold is a fifth of what a CD can hold.
Oh, see, I never considered that second point there. I guess that would be true,
So that's why a lot of people started jumping ship to the PlayStation 1, because it's guys, we can make bigger and more elaborate games with this CD technology that PlayStation is kind of spearheading, which is ironic, because the only reason why PlayStation exists is because Nintendo didn't want to work with Sony on an upgraded version of the Super Nintendo that would have played discs.
I think I've heard that before.
Yeah,
you may also be where I heard that before. Have you talked about that before? I feel like you may have.
I actually have a whole short about it.
That's almost definitely where I heard it. I was like, I'm getting like a sense of deja vu right now. I was like, wait, I think I've heard these words from your mouth previously.
Yeah. Oh no, Chronobot. Like that's exactly what I say in the short. PlayStation exists out of spite. No joke. They are one of the most successful console companies in the world out of spite because they were supposed to collaborate with Nintendo to make a disc-based Super Nintendo system. Nintendo didn't really want to share the profits or rights to the games that would be produced, so they canceled the contract without Sony knowing and then worked with a separate company that would give us the Zelda CDI games. So who's really winning now?
Not the CDI games. No.
Yeah, that's why the CDI games work, because I think it was Dimps. Instead of Sony, they decided to go to the Dimps company, who do not make consoles. They make DVD. They made CD and DVD players. So
yeah, it is. Yeah, it's the Philips. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Philips, not Dimps. Yes. Yeah. So then we got the Philips CDI games, which are a treasure. I want to play those at some point.
I had the joy of playing one of them. I had the joy of playing one of them because one of the schools that a school that I worked at had a archive because of animation that had a bunch of random stuff in it. And one of the people who animated for that game was an alumni.
Oh my God, their legacy.
I was like, of all the things to save and of all the things to be like, oh, this is alumni. They worked really hard on this game. And it's just like, it's in like one of those, those little like frames that they'll have in like universities where it's like, it's not a frame, it's just like a little TV. It's just it's the Mushu animation where he's like sliding around. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh my God. Yes, I do.
That is just displayed in there. Like, it's like a beautiful, amazing thing was created, which I'm not saying it's not. It is beautiful, but...
No. Those games existing is amazing. Like, I know they're very easy to meme, but the fact that those exist the way that they do and the fact that we don't really have any other games like them, I think like it's important we preserve those things.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I'm here with you. I briefly talked about this, I think on Thursday, about like Lost Media, about how we are watching Lost Media right before our eyes with the whole Concord thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
It is being dissolved off the internet right now. I was just looking for images of the characters to just like look at for being on stream. There's nothing. Mm-hmm. I couldn't find like any kind of render or screenshot of a character that was any higher than like slightly smaller than a YouTube thumbnail. And none of the renders exist anymore for the character renders. None of the backstory, like on any of them, is out anywhere. All of it is gone. It's all lost already. Like, isn't that nuts?
It is. And it's nuts, but it's not surprising, unfortunately.
No, it's not surprising, but I'm like, oh, I hate watching this happen real time, because for as much as like it didn't go so well, no one who spent that long working on that deserves their work to just stop existing. Like, agreed. That should not be a thing. But
that's part of the reason why I got into retro gaming and retro game collecting anyway, because I do believe in that idea of preservation. I think I have a whole meme about it, like somewhere on like my socials, where it's like video game preservation, which is, I feel like it's a topic that keeps coming up, unfortunately, and that's part of the problem.
Yeah, we have to keep talking about it, which means that whatever's going on is not being solved.
Exactly, and that actually loops back to why I wanted to talk about the discs for the GameCube game, is because when the GameCube came out, Nintendo finally loosened up and they're like, okay, fine, we'll do discs, but we're going to do our own third-party proprietary discs. Mm-hmm. Like, we are going to oversee and make them ourselves. I'm like, okay, why are you making them so small? I actually don't know why they made them so small, but because they were so small, they also could not store nearly as much data as a CD or a DVD disc could hold. So the reason why the GameCube failed is because a lot of companies just didn't want to work with Nintendo during this time, because it's like,
oh, the specifications were too narrow, huh?
Yeah, we can't fit our games onto your console. When Tiger Woods Golf needs 2 GameCube discs to play, there's a problem. We're not going to fit Kingdom Hearts on there. We're not going to put Grand Theft Auto on there or anything.
Oh,
it's not going to fit. So that's part of the reason why the GameCube failed. And because those games weren't necessarily produced greatly, their shelf life, unfortunately, is limited. My copy has cracks on it. It can still play, but I think it's maybe got 10 years, probably less than 10 years before it'll stop functioning.
No, see, I already knew that there's a little bit of trouble with stuff where I have a copy of Kirby's Air Ride. That is one that I have owned since the game, for as long as that game's existed. We barely played it because my sister and I did not understand the game. But it like barely functions. The disc has like a 1 in like 3 chance of actually running. And there's nothing discernibly wrong with it. But I think it is just that the disc may be potentially slightly physically harmed, perhaps.
It's probably its own, like, it's like its shelf life is going down. It's not necessarily anything you did. Because I haven't even played my copy of Twin Snakes, because I got it about 2 or 3 years ago, but it's going to reach the end of its lifespan. And the fact that a lot of games on the GameCube have not been re-released, unfortunately, does not lead a bright future, unfortunately, for a lot of games on that system. Because I do like the GameCube. I think it's probably one of the more charming systems that have come out in the past couple of decades. And the fact that there's this first-party library of it that might not be playable in like any type of original format anymore is it's disconcerting, to say the least.
Don't get me wrong, I'm so happy that I can now play Mario RPG and Paper Mario 1000 Year Door on my Switch. I'm so happy about it. However, I don't want the original versions them to get like lost to the sands of time. Like, they're still fantastic games.
There should always be options when it comes to game preservation and the ability to access this media.
Yeah. I agree with you. I'm here with you.
But that's kind of why. So yeah, that's kind of why I do retro game collecting, and why I'm like very big on media preservation, which also sort of gets into, and that's why I wanted that to be a part of my brand in some way when I came as a VTuber. And that's why I thought, what is a retro game that I have always played or always loved? And it's the Ratchet and Clank franchise.
There you go. Good intro there.
Bringing it back. We brought it back.
You got this.
An hour and 20 minutes in, brought it back.
That's fine. This is par for the course for me. I am known for nothing if not staying on topic or task.
I mean, I blame it on my ADHD all the time.
And I will do similar. My mods, okay. I don't jingle keys at the viewers. They jingle keys at me, actually. My mods will post the thing where it's my yapping emote. They post it when I'm eating, or they'll just post that when I start getting off topic, and I see that, I'm like, whoops. That's my signal.
Hey, Squiiji, stay on topic.
Stay on topic. Squeegees. Yeah. They're doing that. So, Ratchet and Clank, huh?
Ratchet and Clank. Who wants to hear the history of Insomniac Games, Ratchet and Clank, and how a bright-eyed little lombax first came across the game?
What is a lombax?
Can we get some hand raises in the chat?
Wait, I have 2 hands. Can they both be raised? Yes. Come on, yes. Track both of my hands, please. Just this once. Can you answer first? What the hell is a lombax?
So a lombax is
this
an
a
alien
lombax?
Race.
Oh, my hand's not here. Where's my hand? Wait, I'm handless. Oh no.
You've got hands in your hair.
Those are different hands. Those are not the hands I wanted to have. Wait, here, do I have hand now? Yes, you're gonna get to peek behind the scenes here. Whoopsie, green screen. Haha. It's because I'm not doing window capture because it gets mad at me. Hello? Oh, never mind. It's not happy. Hang on. I gotta catch these hands and then we can Ratchet and Clank. There we go. What are the lombax? Tell me now.
Sounds good. Okay, so for those who don't know, a lombax is a fictional race in the Ratchet and Clank franchise, which is a multi-spanning, 19-game spanning, 2-decade spanning franchise. I think it is confirmed to be. Huh?
19 games?
Yeah, 19 games.
Are there more Ratchet and Clank games than there are Sonic games?
Oh God, wait, there might be. No, there has to be more Sonic games. Sonic came out way earlier and I think was on more systems. How many Sonic games are there? There are 149 Sonic games.
149 Sonic games?
We're good. Yeah. If we include some spin-offs, if we take away some spin-offs, it's like 140, like the Mario and Sonic Olympic games. There's 143.
Okay. But okay, never mind. That's astronomical. That's insane. I'm like thinking in the realm of like, I play Final Fantasy games. I play Kingdom Hearts games. Sony has not gone into the numbers that high quite yet, maybe. Like we're hitting like 16, maybe. That's kind of radical. Kingdom Hearts 3 was the 8th game in a series. 19. That's still a lot to me. Okay.
Well, I'm going to double check. It's somewhere between 15 and 19. It's definitely in the high double digits. And yes, I am including spin-offs because technically all the spin-offs are canon to the overall lore of the games. How many Ratchet and Clank games are there? I did a video on this. Okay, 17 games, my bad.
Oh, you like split the difference there, yeah.
Yeah, I really split the difference there. It's 17 games. And yes, I am including the spin-offs because we've had Ratchet and Clank games on the PS2, PS3, PS4, PS5, and PSP.
I thought there was one game, and I thought it was the game that had the guys from Robots, and I thought it was a low poly, like PS1 game. That was my expectation of Ratchet and Clank coming in here today.
Nope. Come with me and you'll see a world of crunch, of the crunch culture of the early video game industry.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
That would be why there's that many, huh?
Yeah.
Dang.
I'm not going to say that the franchise's history is illustrious. There are problems in it. And when I explain how some of those problems may have affected the games proper, there is a good chance that some of you in chat may never look at these games the same way again. A lot of this information I got from like online documentaries, behind the scenes interviews. In fact, if you want an amazing person to watch who goes into deep dive breakdowns about the histories of these games, and also you can to fact check me because there might be like due to ADHD there might be some miscellaneous details that I get wrong.
That's okay. I did not call you in here for 6,000% accuracy. I called you in here to hang.
Go check out a channel called The Golden Bolt. I swear, don't worry, I'm fighting for the copyright for that. Yeah, go check out a YouTube channel called The Golden Bolt, no relation. They do like these hour-long breakdowns on each of the games, and they're very, very informative. I was actually rewatching some of their videos a couple days ago as kind of a refresher for this.
You were studying for stream. I appreciate it. It's so funny.
Let's go back to the late 90s, the mid to late 90s. We're a little company.
You can't make me.
Don't make me go back.
Don't make me do it, please.
I don't want to go back because I was a baby in like 1993. So
I was also a kid.
So when I was 3 years old, a little upstart company called Insomniac Games, who probably had like about a dozen people.
We know them.
Maybe a little bit less. Came out with a PlayStation 1 game, first-person shooter called Disruptor. And it wasn't very good.
I don't know that one.
Nobody does. It wasn't very good. It did not perform. It got like average to mixed reviews. It was definitely one of the more ambitious 3D games on the PS1, but it wasn't like a breakout success. That is reserved for Insomniac's follow-up franchise, the Spyro the Dragon games.
Oh, I will have to pause you for 1 second on your Spyro the Dragon. We'll pin that.
Yes.
I got rated again.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi! Oh, hi, Peanut Bun! Hi, fellas. How are you guys? I'm Squiiji. Peanut Bun knows who I am already. But for your fellas, I'm Squiiji, freelance artist, fun guy, art educator. This is Bolts. What did we decide on for you earlier? Something about Big Brain Blast, Baja Blast, Burger King? Bolt?
Burger King... Burger King loving Bolt, yeah.
Burger King loving Bolt, who is telling us about Ratchet and Clank and has apparently infinite knowledge when it comes to retro games. Yes, rotate
entertain
at them.
the ADHD somehow.
Yes, rotate at them, please.
Welcome in, Raiders. Squiiji is an amazing artist and designer. Definitely give them a follow if you haven't already. And they have been gracious enough to let me come here and just spew my random history about franchises that may or may not make you feel old.
Bolt has may or may not been sitting here at gunpoint this whole time telling me about these things.
At Trigun point.
Trigun point. I only have one gun, Bolts. I sadly only have one. My arm is a normal arm. I don't have any other extras built in. It is just this one.
That is true.
Hi, Wire Flames. You're here too. You put the gun away. I need to stop making threats.
That means you have to get out 3 guns, so it'll be a triple entendre.
What?
Trigun.
Try. I will try having try 3 guns. Yes, I will try having 3 guns.
Yes.
We'll do all of those things. Peanut, what are you
even
doing?
do repairs.
Yeah, you can repair my guns for me. Clearly, as we are looking at here. I'm not a clown. Peanut Bum, are you also doing art? I inquire. I think I saw you post that you were streaming today in the Discord at some point, but I can't quite recall. But thank you for stopping by. I am also sorry if you can hear the loudest blender ever that is currently running in my house.
There's like occasional sound in the background.
Yeah, you might hear it while I'm talking, but you won't hear it when I'm not talking. I promise I'm safe. I'm not in a blender. Despite my size, that is not happening.
Well, of course, because if you were in a blender, you couldn't threaten me with the gun.
That's true. Oh, so they have made me a chef. See, and also not Blender, not the 3D modeling program Blender. The object that I believe a member of my household is using to make a smoothie. That was a neck break. That was scary. Finished a drawing, posted on Twitter. Nice! Yay! I'll have to look at it. Thank you for stopping by. No EG smoothie? No. Well, do people threaten to eat you?
People threaten to bite me.
Okay, so that's adjacent. Okay, so maybe that's a me thing. There's an entire thread in my Discord, I think, dedicated to people coming up with things they could cook using the gloop from my hair. I like the face you've made.
I can see that. Like, that's actually pretty smart and innovative. That reminds me, I gotta join your Discord. Hold on.
Oh, trade.
Trade.
Give me yours. Because that is the thing. I never remember, like, I'll follow somebody on like 4 different medias, and then in like a moment of sheer horror, I'm like, ah! When I realize, oh no, I am not following that one either. Yomi and I did the same thing to each other, where Yomi was like, why am I not in your Discord? And I was like, I don't know, I'm not in yours either. How'd this happen?
Yeah. I love when like fellow creators kind of have that realization. I can't find your Discord link. I'll just do Discord.
Yeah!
There we go.
You can steal it from my Twitch chat.
Yay!
That's what I tell people to do. People on Twitter are like, how can I find your Discord? I'm like, just go to my offline chat. I have
joined.
Yay! Welcome in. Got 2 shoutouts and the second was wrong. Oh no! Oh no! We appreciate the zealous shout-outing, but was one of them at least right? Was the first one right? I appreciate the mod's effort. I spelled the same person rated me 3 times when in my first week of streaming, and I spelled their name wrong the first try every single time, and they have not shown up since, and I felt bad. I was like, oh, I am so sorry.
It happens. I've done similar things when like mods are away. It's like, okay, I gotta type in the full thing, and you always think you have it right the first time, but it happens.
I always misspell Yomi's last name if left up to my own devices, so I just learned to copy and paste Yomi's last name. I know how it's spelled. There's just double letters, and it just didn't happen.
Well, now that you have a Steam Deck, you can actually map shoutouts to buttons on it.
I will. It's gonna be so cool. I'm so excited to stop using my numpad. All of my shortcuts in every other program hate me.
I definitely have to do that, and I will make sure to add your stream to that too.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, I gotta get everybody in there, so that it works. All right.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick.
Go for it. Give us a good honk. You shouted out just Lance when I rated you once. I did. It was Lance_. How is stream so far? It's good. Here, well, Bolch does a nose blow. Let me do a Evans. Thank you for rating. Ever fluctuating. Thank you for resubscribing. I sent you a message in the chat, but thank you. I feel bad. I don't want to interrupt. Cubome. Also, Rendered. Oh, I think I got you too. There we go.
I'm back and I'm turned back on. I keep forgetting that like the lights go out when I step out of frame.
Oh, interesting. I go to sleep. And I use it to fix my face tracking. So you'll see I go like this and I'll cover my face every once in a while, and then I go to sleep. And then I come back. My face tracking is normal again.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. I do a thing where I break my neck looking over my shoulder, and if it didn't do that, my model would just stay broken off screen if I would walk away from it.
Oh boy.
Classic possession moment, if you will.
When the demon gets you.
Oh, and boy, does that demon get me, I guess, relatively often, with concerning frequency. But that's okay. Apparently, I ghost type in my own Discord and found out about it last night because I was just looking at something and everyone said hi to me. And I was like, how did you know I'm here? I'm not even online. They were like, it said you're typing. I was like, I was not. You'd be surprised. I wasn't. I was just looking. I was making sure y'all were being good, but interesting. Good to know.
It is very scary, actually.
Yeah. So wait, what were you saying? You said something, I think, about Spyro? Is that what I was thinking?
Yes, Spyro the Dragon. Spyro the Dragon is the second franchise that Insomniac Games ever made, and it's arguably their first really big successful franchise.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, really good. This was during a time where a lot of companies were trying to copy Super Mario 64. So it's Classic. Like, oh, we want to make a big open world mascot platforming game. So and Spyro the Dragon was actually very innovative at the time, where it's one of the largest, more open world games on the PS1 because they kind of fine-tuned the technology a little bit, where a lot of people know that like an iconic thing about Spyro is technically you could go anywhere in the world as long as like you get high enough and glide over there.
Yeah.
But the way that technology works is that instead of having everything rendered at the same time in one place, it would tie rendering to the draw distance. Yes. So things would get more pixels and come into focus more the closer you got to them. Like There's always a little bit that you could see, but the full thing wouldn't finish loading or rendering until you ended up getting closer to it. And that was very innovative at the time.
Yeah.
And that led to a major successful trilogy on the PlayStation 1 and arguably helped create one of the big mascot platformers for the PS1. It's hard to say if it like was the same reach the same popularity as like say Crash Bandicoot, but a lot of people do pair the two together as like the main mascot duo for the PlayStation 1. Which is also very funny because if you'll notice, there are a lot of Easter eggs between the Crash Bandicoot franchise and the Spyro the Dragon franchise.
Yeah, there are. This is true.
In fact, if you look at the early demo discs for both games in the franchise, you could put in a code and play a level from the adjacent game.
Oh,
So
I
you
didn't
could
know
play
that.
you could. I think it was for Wrath of Cortex. You could play a level of Spyro, and I think for Spyro, for one of the Spyro games, you could put for the demo disc, you could put in a code and play a version of that. And that's because the two companies, Naughty Dog and Insomniac, literally worked across the hall from each other.
Oh, hey, that's pretty convenient.
Yep, and they would help each other with their projects all the time. It would very much be a case where like they would get lunch together. They would sometimes consult each other with games where it's like, hey, we're having trouble like running this code. It's like, oh, you know, let's check that out, and they would help each other. That's why there is a lot of crossover with the games, and the two mascots are oftentimes associated with each other. There were so many plans for futures where they would have like a big crossover, but the most we got was like cameos and those really bad Game Boy Advance games, Spyro Orange and Crash Purple. Don't play those games.
I don't even know
bad.
those ones. What?
Yeah, they're Game Boy Advance games that are supposed to cross over with each other. They're just collections of mini games. That's it. It's nothing like cool or ambitious or anything like that.
I see. That's unfortunate though.
Is this about the crossover game that got canceled on Concord? No, we're not talking about modern games or anything. I am giving a retro game lesson here while Squiiji is doing some amazing artwork in the background.
Thank you. This is Bolt's recreating the lacerator. I just picked the weapon that I thought matched your vibe, because it's got glowing crystal things on the sides of it, and I was like, you know who has glowing crystal things on them is Bolt's. Or I guess not crystal, but what do you call your thingamabob that you have on your chest? You got it on your belt too.
They're crests.
Ah, crests. I was gonna put it on this one as almost as if you've like branded it to be your own.
No, actually, there was this was a random thing that happened like a couple of months ago. There was a rigger who was looking to create like assets that they could add to their coffee shop. So they asked like VTubers, hey, are there like are you comfortable with me like making an asset based off of your model? And I commented my model, like, you know, you kind of like, you never expect to win those things, but there is an asset where you can, I think it's for free, you can get a badge that is similar to the crest on my chest based off of my model.
I can cosplay as you.
Yes, you can. And it's got like little dangling bolts on it. It's really, really cool. It's kind of like a brooch, so you can add it to your model. It's really cool.
Dang, that is cool. Oh my gosh, that is fun. What the heck?
So, yeah, you're gonna see. So that's why there is a lot of crossover with Insomniac games and Ratchet and Clank, and Insomniac games and Naughty Dog games. I think I remember somebody making a joke where they're like, so when are we going to see Spider-Man and The Last of Us? Because those are the adjacent franchises there of the companies right now. It's like, that would be cool. It's never going to happen. Because
not likely, no.
Not likely. The two companies aren't in the same building anymore. Naughty Dog does still let Ratchet and Clank like make references to their games. I think even in the recent Ratchet and Clank game Rift Apart, there is a weapon that literally opens a portal and like drops shit on enemies. And if you're lucky, there is, and it's random sometimes what gets dropped, but if you're lucky, you will see Jak and Daxter and Sly Cooper amongst the things that get dropped.
Sly Cooper!
Yeah! It's
that's cool.
Fast forwarding, my first console ever was a PlayStation 1. And I played, my first console ever was a hand-me-down Sega Genesis that my dad gave me.
The Genesis!
Yeah, my mom got the Genesis for my dad as like an anniversary present.
What an anniversary gift it was.
And when I was born, I'm the oldest in my I'm the oldest of 3 boys in my family. They just gave it to me and like, you know, played a lot of Sonic, played a lot of Street Fighter, played a lot of Aladdin.
Aladdin.
God, like the Sega Genesis Aladdin game, there's so much you could talk about with that game.
Dang.
Being produced by Disney with its hand-drawn sprites and everything.
Yeah.
Uh, but trying to keep on topic.
I'm so sorry. I keep being like, oh my gosh, wait, did you play this Genesis game? Did you do that? I'm like, I'm not helping.
No, I'm fine with talking about this stuff. I
am the problem, not you.
No, I am also the problem. But yeah, those were the games that I played a lot on the Sega Genesis. But the first console that like I could say was like mine was the first PlayStation that my parents got me when I was younger.
Dang, I never had a PlayStation. I did not get to have I got to have a PSP. I want a PlayStation.
That was your first?
Yes.
PSP had some good games on, especially if you're a Final Fantasy fan.
It did. That's why I won't complain. I had a PSP and I had a PS Vita because the consoles I had were just the consoles of things my dad wanted to play.
What consoles were those?
It was just for things whenever my dad had a game that he wanted to play. So I got a laptop because my dad wanted to play a Lord of the Rings game. I think it was the Battle for Middle Earth ? I have a Switch because he wanted to play Monster Hunter. I had the Game Boy because he played a bunch of Game Boy games. But I don't remember what he was playing on the PSP or Vita because I think those were games he played or consoles he played one game on and then was like, here.
Yeah.
He was like, just have this. I don't want it anymore. I'm done.
Sony's dip into the handheld market was so weird because by all accounts they should have done a lot better than they did. But
that's what I'm saying. They like did not do well, unfortunately.
They didn't. The Vita's biggest problem was that it didn't have any games.
Literally, yes. That was the biggest problem with it. There's
which
nothing
is so weird
for it.
because you look at the Vita in Japan and it did really well.
Yeah.
But here in America, yeah, we didn't have a lot of games to play on it.
Oh.
PSP, I think it was more a case that it had games, but the games either weren't good or they were just remakes of games that you could play on other things.
That was the thing. So I liked it because I could play the games that other people had. Because I think it was for Vita. I had Persona 4 because that was on Vita. And it was just like a bunch of other stuff that existed on other platforms. Yeah, I played Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, I played Birth by Sleep, but it was like stuff that you could play other places a lot of the time. Or Birth by Sleep was only on that. Right?
Well, now it's not.
Well, yeah, no, not now, but previously I believe it was exclusive.
It was.
I will let you know, memory not good. You'll be like, this game, I'll be like, I had a Vita, I had a PSP, I don't know where it came from. Which Sega console was the Castlevania game on? I don't remember. Whichever one that was. I think it was the Genesis. It's the Blood one, the one that's blood.
Oh, Bloodborne? That was on the Genesis.
Yes, that one.
Castlevania Blood Reigns.
Blood, yeah, it has the word blood in it. I always want to call it Bloodstain, but that's not it. That's actually a different game.
No, yeah, that's a very different game.
That's not the same game.
You're not too far off. Yeah, it was... Castlevania is very weird. There were some exclusive consoles that it came out on, and then it just made like a hard shift from an action platformer to being an action RPG. I still need to finish Symphony of the Night.
I have never played that one either somehow.
It is a gorgeous looking PS1 game. Oh my god.
That.
Especially if you like pixel artwork, it is a gorgeous looking game.
One day. I will say, I understand why VTubers play video games on stream. It's because I don't think they'd get to play video games otherwise.
That is a mood sometimes. It definitely is. It's...
Yeah, no, it's tough. There's not a lot of hours in that day.
Hey, if we ever meet IRL, I will not only bring my copy of Symphony of the Night, I will bring the portable PlayStation 1 that I have with the LCD screen, so you could literally just plug it in and play it right then and there.
Think back now, y'all. The what?
Yeah, okay, so the original PS1, the gray box.
Yes.
That was version 1. They did have a version 2 re-release of the PS1. It's literally called the PS1, but instead of the number 1, they write the word 1. So PSONE.
What?
It is a smaller PS1, and you can get, and there's an attachment where you can add an LCD screen, so all you have to do is plug it into a wall, and you can play it on the go. It's a very high quality portable console.
That sounds fantastic. What the heck?
It was fantastic. In fact, when I restarted my retro game, collection, and I had to refine a PS1, that was the specific PS1 that I wanted to add to my collection, and it's awesome.
Dang. I didn't even know that was a thing. What the heck?
Yeah, it wasn't advertised nearly as much as it probably should have, because I think it came out towards the tail end of the PS1's lifespan with the PS2 on the horizon. And when the PS2 came out, it broke records.
Yes. Oh, it sure did.
I think, does it still hold the record? It was for a long time. Let me see if it still is. What is the most sold console of all time?
Most sold console of all time.
It still is.
Is it really? It still is?
It's still one of the most sold console, is the best-selling video game consoles of all time, with over 158 million units as of February of last year.
What do you mean as of February of last year? They're not still releasing PS2s.
Well, no, I think actually, some consoles, I think it's in terms of consoles being officially like delisted, like quote unquote on paper taken off the market, because some consoles still see healthy shelf lives in other countries like Europe.
Okay.
What was the console before the Genesis?
Saturn. No.
That was after the Genesis.
The moment I said that came out of my mouth, I was like, no. Nope, that's wrong. I don't know. What was it?
It was... No, I'm actually asking because I don't remember, because I didn't own it. The Sega Master System. The Sega Master System. The Sega Master System, well after the Genesis and Saturn, still had a weirdly healthy lifespan in Europe for some reason.
Really? Europeans love it.
I guess. I don't know why. So, like, I guess I don't think it's officially been like taken off the market or anything like that. But yeah, the PS2, as of now, is still one of the highest grossing consoles, one of the best selling video game consoles of all time. The Nintendo DS is right behind it, and then the Nintendo Switch. Believe it or not.
Dang. So, well, yeah, I believe that.
And then the Game Boy, like the Game Boy Color, they lump those together, and then the PS4. Xbox is nowhere on that top 5.
Oof. Oof. Oh, Xbox.
Oh my god. So the PS2 comes out, and it is a monumental, it is a phenomenon. The PS2.
This is true.
Because here you have the successor to the original PlayStation, which at the time was one of the most successful consoles of all time. I think it was one of the first consoles to ever sell over 100 million units. So
Dang,
it's like, oh my god, we got to get the PS2. And the fact that the PS2 had a DVD drive at the forefront of when DVDs were starting to replace VHS tapes for physical media with movies and stuff. It's like, there was no competition. There was no competition at all.
Yeah.
Even though it was technically the weakest console in terms of power of the three.
Yes, I did know that too. Maybe also because of you. But I did know that. I've heard that somewhere.
Was it for me? It might have been from me, because I do remember bringing that up. I think it might have been in the same GameCube shorts. Like, why did the GameCube do so well, despite it being technically more powerful than the other two?
I will credit you for about 80% of, because did I live through most of these events occurring? Yes. Do I remember any of it? No. So every time I'll like appear upon my dashboard 8 volts short, I'm like, dee, don't mind if I do. Oh yeah, you're so right. That is how that went, huh?
I am terribly sorry. I have not been pumping out shorts lately. I'm trying to get monetized on YouTube first, and then I'm going to roll back out the shorts, because those things do take a lot of time, energy, and money.
They take a lot of time, and trying to get monetized through shorts on YouTube is so hard.
I was so close to getting monetized.
Oh my, I bet. With the
Because I had that one go viral, and
you need
I
to get like
think
two that do. Yeah, it's hard.
You need like 2 to go viral in order to make it, because the cap is 3 million short views,
which is
and
ridiculous.
I think I was at. It would be
so
less
many.
ridiculous if it wasn't for the fact that they only give you 3 months.
That's what I mean. Like, that is insane to me for wanting that for 3 months. But your longer videos are cool, so I foresee hopefully that being an easier path.
Thank you. I've been struggling a bit with the longer videos, but I'm trying a bunch of different things.
I don't blame you.
Hopefully it won't take long before I can continue to share the retro video game lore with everybody.
Please.
Because I got like a list of things I want to talk about. I want to talk about Mega Man being Music Man, which is a thing.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's called Rockman in Japan. And
Rockman.
Because I thought it was because of rocks, but no, rock as in rock and roll. Almost all of the major characters in the Mega Man franchise in the original Japanese are based off of music.
I knew that, but I didn't know that he almost had that name too. What in the world?
Yeah, his original Japanese name is Rockman. Proto Man's original Japanese name is Blues. Yeah, someone in chat brought up, that's why the girl's name is Roll, because it's supposed to be rock and roll, because they're twins. Get it?
Wow. That means it's Bass? Yeah, I knew that. Yeah.
Well, Bass, this is weird because Bass is his American name. His Japanese name is Forte.
Why did they change it?
I don't know. I guess because Forte doesn't sound cool enough, and he's kind of supposed to be edgier than Mega Man. So it's like, oh, Bass.
That's
cool.
That's wild. Forte isn't cool enough. We'll go with Bass. That's cooler. Okay.
Which makes it very funny because some Mega Man games, when they're mistranslated, they mistranslate his name to Bass, like B-A-S-E, like the fish. Like, oh, so edgy.
My favorite character, the fish.
Oh.
Honestly,
I got a lot of stuff in the noggin that I really want to get out there at some point.
We're getting a little Bolts preview here.
Yeah, you heard it here first, guys.
Yeah, dang. We get a little secret Bolts preview here. That's crazy. Never before seen. Robot dog Treble.
Oh yeah, his dog's name is Treble, which is, again, I'm like, I don't know why they kept some names and then changed others, and it's like, okay, you selectively keep the music mode. I think they called him Mega Man just because it sounded cooler.
That man, he sure is mega. Whatever that means. He's mega what?
He's mega. He's maxima. He's mega maximum.
He's very man. He's a lot of it, actually. He's so much.
He's very man. For a small robot boy, he's very man. He's
so manly. This is what peak masculinity looks like. Don't let them tell you otherwise. Yeah. You have to be blue.
Man, what's stopping you from looking like this?
Yeah. Why are you not blue yet?
Where's your arm cannon that shoots lemons, guys?
Yeah. Come on. I think everybody needs an upgrade at this point. See?
Yeah.
I'm safe. I do not require that. I am not a man. I do not try to be.
Yeah, I try to be neither, and I'm a furry, so I'm okay.
Self-admit here. There you go. Very good.
I own it.
Yeah, as you should. My favorite tale to tell is that I taught at a school that was not far from Anthrocon. And I always knew immediately within the beginning, because this was a while ago. Anthrocon used to take place, or at least it used to start during a weekday. Maybe it still does. I'm not sure, but it would start during a weekday, and I would always know who the furries were who were in my art classes because they'd all be missing that day.
Well, every single one of them would be absent. Kind of awesome.
It was so funny. It would be so funny to me. Because I'd be like, oh, okay, I see. Because I have no problem with that, of course. The only problem was that because I was very vocal about, like, I'd support them in their art, and not a lot of the professors necessarily would, because they're old heads and they're mean. But then they would wear like parts of their fursuit to class, which is cool. It's great. It looks sick. That's art. But it's printmaking, which is like really dirty. I was like, hey, You might want to put that somewhere safe. I don't want you to wreck your multi-$1,000 outfit you have here. Please put that somewhere. I am so sorry. I was like, it's really cool. Thank you for bringing it in. I'm glad to see it. This is sick. But, like, please put this somewhere safe. I was like, it's not going to survive. It will not survive the plague of oil-based ink. Help.
No. The amount of effort that goes into like producing or buying those fursuits is something I find genuinely impressive. And despite being a furry, I don't own a fursuit, but I have cosplayed a lot of furry characters.
See, so you are one of those cases where I make a case for the fact that the VTubers, a lot of, if you are a VTuber and you have cat ears or tail, you are just one step away from it. And you aren't even just one step away, you just are.
Yeah, I just am. Like,
might as well, yeah. Dang.
I never talked about my cosplay. I have also done a lot of professional cosplay.
I've seen you posted some of them on Twitter.
Yes, I'm glad you saw those. Some people like to kind of keep like the barrier between like real life and VTubers separate. I don't care. It's like I also look at it from like a perspective of like, if people find this, I guess, attractive or whatever, sure, that's fine. Go check out my other stuff too. Plus, I cosplayed for a couple of years, but then I had to make a choice between VTubing and cosplaying because they're both money.
I was gonna say those are both
sinks.
Expensive hobbies.
Yeah, so I do cosplay still occasionally for like work and stuff, but I haven't done anything really big for a while, and I decided to stick with VTubing because for me it's a more expressive. I get a lot more out of it, expression-wise, creatively, etc. I want to see how far I can push this medium, personally.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I would love to cosplay someday, but quite frankly, yeah, expensive.
Yeah, there are some alternatives you can do. I think one of the most popular cosplays I did was Prince Naveen from Princess and the Frog.
Whoa! Yeah.
That cost me like maybe $30 because it was just stuff off of Amazon.
Wow, I see. I cosplayed as Meryl from Trigun, and pretty much did it the same way, where I was just stuff off of Amazon, and I think it was a similar price. It was very much like modern, like, what do they call it? Like, closet cosplay almost looking. But I was her, at least, to some degree. People knew that I was her, at least. Her. I was her, if only for a moment. Her earrings don't exist. You can't buy them.
Nope.
not at all.
That's always the pain with some characters, where it's like there are just some accessories that do not exist. There was one character that my friends friendly bullied me into doing from the Fate Grand Order franchise.
Oh. Is it the guy who wears red?
No, it's oh wait, you're talking about Archer. I have done him. That is one of the professional cosplays I did.
For some reason, you strike me. I have not seen that series, but just based on like vibe, and maybe it's because of your VTuber model in some degree, and also other things. I don't know. For some reason, I'm like, I could see you being him.
I'm gonna send you a picture real quick.
Go for it.
And but it wasn't that character. It was. I'm actually curious if you were familiar with Fate Grand Order, because I know you've critiqued the designs or gone over the designs for a lot of the gacha games, and technically Fate Grand Order is a gacha game.
I have not yet. I am not very familiar. I know a little bit of it. I know that the bit with that is that there's actually, wait, I might be wrong. I believe the bit, I'll rephrase, is that there's a lot of characters that are named after historical figures.
The lore is that you are actual historical figures or characters heavily inspired by them get summoned to the modern day to fight to the death, basically.
Okay, so I was on the right track, because I've seen Saber is the blue girl.
She is based off of King Arthur.
Yes. Okay. Knew that. Did know that. That is probably the full extent, but I think I believe I saw a character who was supposed to be Galileo and was an anime girl, and I was like, bet.
Yeah, they're all just you should see Jack the Ripper. Don't look up Jack the Ripper. There are a lot of questionable design aesthetics for some of these historical figures. The original creator, Nasu, did not expect the franchise to blow up the way that it did. And it's also very telling that the whole franchise is based off of an old porn game that only recently, I think, became available legally in the United States. So.
Whoa, that's radical.
Yeah, there's a lot of lore that I'm not getting into Fate lore. I'm not touching that at all.
Crazy.
Because I don't even fully understand it. I have to keep going to my friend to be like, please explain this to me.
Please tell me what's happening.
Please tell me what's happening. I don't know what's going on. I'm fan of the anime and a couple of other things, and even then, there's always something that happens in those adaptations that's like, and then this happened, and I'm like, but why? And my friend's like, it's from the game, or it's from this, and it's like,
it's anime.
Why? It's not even it's anime. It's Fate. It kind of has this reputation that it's a very
it does its own thing.
Loaded franchise. Yeah.
Oh boy, I will probably flag you down if I ever try and interact with that one as one of those videos or one of those streams, because I have gotten one guide so much for those, which I don't blame anyone for, but I need people who actually know what goes on with them. Because I will
do my best. I would be happy to come on and try to explain Fate lore.
You would be like, it's easier if it is a person than it's however many people who are all in the chat giving me 9 different versions of what may or may not be what's going on. Which I still appreciate.
It doesn't help.
It's tough.
It doesn't help that there are sometimes like 9 different versions of the same character.
Okay, that would, yeah, I can foresee that also being an issue, yes.
And they will have the loosest of differences, but I actually just sent you a cosplay photo of the character that you were right on the money. I did cosplay that character that you were describing.
Oh my gosh, you did! Yeah!
Probably one of my more well-known cosplay photos.
Am I allowed to share that, or?
Yeah, no, go right ahead, I don't care.
I was gonna copy and paste it here.
Yeah,
Look how cool this is!
You can show it off. It's your stream. I give you full like.
I just want to make sure it wasn't an image that you hadn't like shared a lot of or anything.
No. I posted a lot of it on my. I have separate socials that is under a separate pen name. It's the pen name that I use for my freelance work and the pen name that I use for my cosplay is the same. I'm trying to steer towards people crediting me as Bolt instead of that. I still keep that contact open because it helps me keep in contact with a lot of the people that I worked with before on my old YouTube channel and a lot of the other stuff that I did. But by and large, my cosplay content is more or less dead. I think I took this photo. Let me see. This photo is 4 years old. This was, I think, the last cosplay photo I took before COVID happened.
I was gonna say that's gotta be like a pre-COVID photo, huh?
Yeah, like genuinely the month before lockdown, I think, is what happened. Man,
timing. So this was like a winter convention then.
No. Okay, where I am on the East Coast, the lockdown started in April. So.
Oh, okay, I see. Because mine started in March.
Interesting. The schools shut down here in April, so I took this photo. It had to have been late March, early April.
Oh, okay. I see. Ah.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a peek. That's what I look like, guys. That's a peek behind the curtain. I definitely look that cool in real life, and not with just a shit ton of makeup and everything.
Zoom this over next to you. You still kind of look like your VTuber model.
It's the white hair. I love white hair on dark skin. That is a weakness of mine.
It's such a good contrast combo. I know people don't like it, but there's a reason why it happens so much. It's because it's such a good contrast combo.
It works. I think people are maybe tired that it's used so much, but like it's used a lot because it works.
Because it works. It is a character design trope because it's bright. It pulls you up there. It makes you look right in the face. Like it's face framing. It's why like you see like the super duper pale girlies with really dark hair that are like the Tumblr aesthetic for the longest time. That's why like the dark hair and pale skin, or like darker skin and white hair, they're good combos. They're good contrast. Character design. Voice crack.
I will say, for every like kind of questionable design in the Fate franchise, there's a really amazing design like this one. Like this character's name is Archer, and he's probably one of my favorite characters in the franchise because of kind of like what he represents in the larger, well, what his main version represents in like the larger lore of it. It's very tragic. And I do appreciate kind of like how he's written and what he sort of goes through. But again, conversation for a different time. That'll be reserved for like the Fate stream, because oh my god, if I went down that route, we would never get back to Ratchet and Clank.
We've been talking about Ratchet. We've been here for almost 3 hours, and we have not actually talked about Ratchet and Clank.
It's only been a little more than 2.
Oh wait,
it feels like 3 hours because we started late.
Oh, we started late. You're right.
But I know what you mean.
Sorry, I'm so.
We have
so
technically been in call for almost 3 hours.
That's true. We have been together since for 3 hours pretty much. Other than me restarting my computer, which I didn't explain to anyone why I was late. My computer half updated and then wouldn't launch VTube Studio, and I panicked to bolts over Discord for 20 minutes.
and it's like, it's okay, take your time. Have you tried restarting it? And then that's literally the last thing that we tried.
I'm gonna get laughed at by every IT person on planet Earth. I just thought it was an issue because it forgot that I had the collab DLC downloaded, and right now it actually forgets that I have the fairy gone, because I don't know if you might not have seen it, but every once in a while I see the fairy reappear behind you, and I don't know why. I own it. I don't know what's happening, but at least it's functioning now. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. Oh, my hand tracking didn't work. Knock on wood.
Steam do be weird sometimes with that.
Yeah, it really is, huh? All right, Ratchet and Clank.
Okay, yes, let's go back to the year 2000 when the original PS2 came out, and it was a phenomenon. Everyone wanted a PS2. Every household needed a PS2, because what Sony did was smart. They're like, okay, we don't have the most powerful console, but we can make up for the lack of space with a DVD drive. We can still make it around the same cost as like the other consoles, but we're giving it more versatility, and we already have a backlog of game developers ready to make like bigger and better games for our console. PS2 had some of the biggest IPs in gaming during this time. Kingdom Hearts, Grand Theft Auto, and of course, the platforming trilogy, Ratchet and Clank, Jak and Daxter, and Sly Cooper.
Yes.
All Sony exclusives at the time. And I, as a wide-eyed little lombax, having fun with Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon and Mega Man X4 on the original PlayStation, this was around the time that I really became a gamer. So I wanted a PS2, obviously, and Ratchet and Clank, I don't remember if it was the first game I got for the console, but it was definitely one of the first 3 that I got. It was very early on that I got it. I might have actually played Jak and Daxter first, because I think Jak and Daxter was a launch title for the PS2. Ratchet and Clank came a little bit afterwards. I see you're getting a look at my. So
you just get to be real tall.
Pouch. Yeah, I have a little pouch here.
I've given it a dimension that it doesn't have.
Fun fact, a little bit about the thing on my back. That's a sword.
Yes, it is. I noticed that.
It's a screwdriver sword that extends.
Whoops! I just heard some shouting. I should not shout.
Whoops. I specifically added that because one thing about lombaxes, and this gets to the question you said before, what is a lombax? A lombax is an alien race of, I guess you could call them like engineers. They're an alien race of engineers that exist in the. Yeah, they all have like an engineer aesthetic to them. Like, we've seen very few lombaxes in the entire franchise, and I'll get into that in a second because that's a whole thing.
Okay.
But the ones that we do see have some kind of tool/weapon associated with them. So like Ratchet, the main character, he uses a wrench to hit people. The most recent Ratchet and Clank game introduced a character named Rivet who has a hammer. So I'm like, oh, well, wrench, hammer, screwdriver. There we go. That works out.
There you go.
So that's why I have this thing. So yeah, I got the original Ratchet and Clank game, and since then I've been a fan. It is one of, like I said, it's one of Sony's longest running franchises to this day. It's probably one of their more profitable franchises because of that to this day. And I wish I could sit here and be like, it was a beautifully planned out franchise that had no problems whatsoever, and every game is perfect, and you should all go play them. I will say that last point, you should go play them because they are at bare minimum most of them are at bare minimum very, very solid and very, very cool games.
You changed your mind halfway through your sentence.
I did because I was gonna say go play all of them, but no, there are like,
that is 19.
Coincidentally,
17.
Coincidentally, the PSP games you can skip because those are bad. There are 2 PSP games for the Ratchet and Clank franchise, and I will argue that almost every Ratchet and Clank game has some kind of merit to it, except those 2. They are not good. I actually just replayed one of the PSP games on stream a couple weeks ago. It was not good, and I had to cheat. It was not worth it. I had to save scum a lot to get through that game in a reasonable amount of time.
Oh my gosh, really?
Because they re-released it on the PlayStation Network, and thankfully they added like the rewind feature. So the final boss, God, the amount of times I had to rewind the save feature. It's not a well-balanced and well-put-together game.
Oh no.
And there's another, and the second PSP game apparently is coming to the PlayStation Network like either this week or next week. And my chat's already like, go play it.
They want you to suffer more?
Fine. My chat loves to see me suffer. We don't talk about Secret Agent Clank. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Thanks, Rand. He's from, they're from my community. It's like, yeah, Rand, that's what you and everybody else wants me to play. I'll do it. Because I like dancing for you guys. But no, I've played almost every. Well, it's kind of like the dancing performer on the street kind of thing.
Yeah.
But no, I'll probably play it because I played almost every Ratchet and Clank game on stream since I started VTubing. So it just kind of feels like I should go through all of them.
Yeah, you gotta round it out.
Gotta round it out. I gotta complete it. I gotta get that achievement, you know. I gotta get the achievement of completing them. Gotta commit. I gotta commit to the bit. Commit to the bit. But let's talk about the early PlayStation 2 games. There were 3 original PlayStation 2 games that came out one year after another, from the year 2000 to 2003. And a lot of people stand by that they are some of the best platforming games ever made. They're still getting played today. They still have a lot of nostalgic value today. The third game in the original Ratchet and Clank trilogy for the PS2 is probably one of my favorite games of all time. And the developmental history of how these games came to be is very interesting because Insomniac Games' first big success was Spyro the Dragon. Big, solid, profitable trilogy for the PlayStation 1. So obviously they're like, okay, we want a new IP, we want a new franchise for the PS2. I mentioned that Spyro took a lot of inspirations from Super Mario 64 because everyone was trying to make like these big innovative platformers, these big mascot platformers. But Insomniac wanted to do something a little bit different. So they're like, okay, instead of Super Mario 64, what if we copied like Zelda? What if we did like an action adventure type of game? And they actually went through 2 different game designs and concepts before settling on Ratchet and Clank. The first one, I don't remember its name, but it kind of, looking into it, it kind of felt like a precursor to Monster Hunter, which is weird because Insomniac never worked on Monster Hunter. You would be an adventurer that would befriend and capture other like animals and creatures and then like use their body parts as armor and weapons. So it was kind of like a cross between Monster Hunter and Pokemon in a way, in like an action adventure type of, with like RPG elements.
I see.
Monster Knight, that was the name of it. So that was like their first kind of, and there was like a lot of artwork written down. That was their first idea. They wrote down a lot of things, but they couldn't really get the idea to work. So it never really went beyond paper. Then we get their second attempt. Where no joke, its placeholder name, because they never went beyond this, was Girl with a Stick.
Oh, I did see Girl with a Stick here. Yeah. Somebody said that. Yeah, spoilers. I was like, what does that mean? Here's the answer.
It was literally a 3D Zelda-style adventure game of a girl with a magic stick going around fighting monsters and doing all this other stuff. And that actually did get to the programming stage. They were maybe like halfway through developing the game, but the more the game went on, the more they're like, this isn't clicking. This isn't working. We're not having fun working on this game. So much so that like Mark Cerny, who's like one of the main developers at Sony, kind of needed to leave it up to everybody. He's like, look, if you guys, like, we'll be behind you. You guys have like a good track record. We want to put a lot of like faith behind you. If this is the game that you want to make, we'll be behind it. But it doesn't really feel like that. This game, it doesn't even feel like you guys like working on this game, honestly. And they're like, yeah, we don't. Let's do something else.
He said, here's an out, and they said bet.
Yeah, here's your out. Like, do you want to make something else? It's like, yeah.
Please.
So that game got scrapped. You forgot that there are 4 PS2 Ratchet Clanks. Oh, I meant trilogy. There is a 4th Ratchet and Clank game. I don't consider it as part of the trilogy because it is a slightly different game infrastructure. I'll get to it. There are a lot of games in the franchise. I'm trying to bundle everything together. So they went with a more like action platform. So they decided to stick a bit more to their platforming roots, but also wanted to keep a little bit of like the grit adventure style that you kind of saw in like those other designs that I mentioned. Mm-hmm. And I don't think this was ever confirmed, but it's implied that Ratchet and Clank is heavily inspired by one of the characters in the Spyro the Dragon game. There is a monkey character that runs around on platforms with a gun.
Aww.
So it's implied that maybe that's where they went back to the drawing board with like the early design for Ratchet, who originally was a bit more like feline-like in his early designs, and Clank was actually.
Oh wait, which one is which? Who is Ratchet? Who is Clank?
Ratchet is the one with the fuzzy ears. Clank is the robot.
Who's the white one?
The white one with fluffy ears?
Yeah,
That's Rivet.
Oh wait, that's the hammer one from before. Okay.
Yes.
So is that one only in that game?
She is only in the most recent one because that's the game she was introduced in.
Oh, I see. I put us with them on the thumbnail because you have goggles like that character has, and like your fur is that color, and my color palette's more yellow, and I have a gun.
Honestly, that thumbnail goes so hard. Like, I want that PNG, and now that I have access to your Discord, I can download it now because I want to save that.
Of me with the gun?
Well, no, of like the thumbnail, like it was a really well designed like thumbnail.
Yeah, you know what? I forgot. I was gonna offer to give it to you for posting for us going live, and in the turmoil of my computer being evil, I forgot.
No worries.
I already shared this.
I already shared the stream. Like, we got some of my community in here a little bit. They've heard this song and dance, but they like to hear me talk, so it's fine.
That's what they're here for, after all.
But Ratchet is the orange one. Clank is the robot. And in fact,
I just needed to clarify that.
No problem. If you have any questions, please stop me.
I was like, wait, help. Right,
and fun fact, now. Clank wasn't even going to be a robot. He was going to be another alien.
He was going to be an alien?
He was going to be another alien, which is very interesting when we get into like the lore of this franchise, but we'll get to that in a minute. So the first Ratchet and Clank game was a very solid, complete 180 in terms of how Sony was looking at the games developed by Insomniac. Whereas with the first two, it's like, not really sure if these will work. And do you guys want an out? Like, we can kind of give it to you. When it came to the first Ratchet and Clank game, a sequel was greenlit before the first game even went out.
Really?
It play tested so well, and Sony had so much faith that the franchise was going to perform well.
Dang.
And it did. First game was a massive success, and it's like, let's roll out that sequel. A year later,
Oh.
And that was a massive success. Let's roll out another sequel. A year later. And also, can you put online in this one because we're competing with like Halo and stuff? It's like, we don't know how to do that. Yeah, it's like, well, online is the future. Can you just keep like adding these things to the game? It's like, oh no, you're starting to see where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah.
So they're very open about it now. But the early days of Insomniac, and I can't even say early days, for a good amount of Insomniac's lifespan, they were very much gaining success by the skin of their teeth. A lot of crunch would happen behind the scenes. Oof. A lot of content would need to be cut out. It is a staple of the franchise in the Ratchet and Clank games that when you complete the game and do New Game Plus, there's a hidden area that you can access. It's called the Insomniac Museum. And it's where you'll find all of the content that was cut from the game. Like,
really?
Like they would include it. They would include interactive museum where you can actually see a lot of the betas and concepts that would sometimes get cut last minute to meet deadlines from the game. And that has been a staple of the franchise, I want to say up until some of the more recent games, but that's only because as they got bigger and when they finally decided to take a break and buckle down, they stopped having crunch. The Spider-Man games don't have crunch. The recent Ratchet and Clank game, the one with the white, with Rivet in it, the white lombaxes, I think that game actually got delayed so that way they could make sure that the people working on it did not have to deal with crunch. Because you look at a lot of the behind the scenes interviews, no one will ever say that like people were overworked, but it's also this thing of like, you get this vibe of, I am so glad that we are treating things better than we did back then. Like we are constantly trying to like make our infrastructure better, make our organization better, like make sure everybody is putting out the ideas that they want. Because Yay. There's a lot of cut content. There may be an occasional coding issue, like maybe an enemy would get programmed that was way too hard on purpose because they weren't properly coded. Or maybe a weapon was added to the game that doesn't work the way that it's supposed to. There are a lot of things that you could technically pick apart about this franchise, but it's still a franchise that was very much powered by love, and it's impressive that a lot of the people...
I thought you were clearing your throat as like a... Like
a slant? No.
Yeah, I was like, are you about to say something sarcastically?
No. That was just me clearing my throat. I can understand why you think that because it felt like that was the direction where I was going.
It did.
There might be a bot in the chat.
Oh no. We'll get rid of it. Oh yeah, okay. That is what that is. Very odd that slipped through. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Skyrim. You beat me to it. Thank you, mods.
Can we get a round of applause for the mods in chat?
Yeah. Thank you, mods. Keeping me safe. I like that my overlay completely ignored them. My overlay was like, that's not real messages.
No, it did pop up. They just got deleted.
No, oh, was it in my overlay? Did it show up?
I think I saw it for a split second.
Oh, huh. Thank you, mods.
But that's just how quick your mods were with everything.
Yeah, they're quick with it. Can we rotate for the mods, maybe? Can I get a quick rotation?
Rotate for the mods.
Wait, I can make you rotate. I don't remember how to do that though. How do you rotate? How do I spin you?
Do you have a wheel on your mouse?
I do. Wait, is that what it is? Is it alt rotate?
Hold the control key and then roll the wheel.
Hang on, wait. I gotta zoom you out. Hang on. Come here. Wait, control? There we go. I'm making bolts rotate.
You spin me right around, baby, right around when you go down now.
See, they can rotate my head 360. They can 360 like break my neck, spin my head around. I want to have a way where they can rotate me like Live 2D can, where you guys go on that axis, but I don't actually think I can do that.
You can't do that on like a 3D axis?
I have 3D axis, but if I rotate my hips at that angle, it gets confused because then my scaling gets strange because it's It's
Ah,
local, not global. So everything gets confused. So my head will snap to try and be upright because it's still trying to track my head to be in the right direction, and my face, like, it just gets weird.
interesting.
It's the reason why if you watch when they rotate my head backwards, if I move my head at all while they do it, it actually snaps it. Okay, goodbye. It's nice knowing you.
See, this is why I need, like, please take me under your wing and explain to me 3D rigging and modeling, please, because
At you.
there's so much I must learn.
Oh, those words may not have made sense. It's just based on where. If it's basing it on my model specifically and what direction I am physically facing based on where the root of my model is, versus the world has its own understanding of direction. So I'm fighting the world's understanding of direction because I can't use it.
That sounds really hard, like on its own as a line. I'm fighting against the world.
Yes, I am fighting against the world, and I will win. I will persevere. Yes, I will triumph. They can't keep me down.
You will rotate.
I will rotate. They will not stop me. I'm at this point, I was telling everyone that I'm going to literally just animate and inject the animation onto myself so that way it stops breaking. Because when you inject animation, it freezes your model. So that might be my solution. Honk, honk.
I hope it works out.
Thanks. If it does, I'll let you know, and then you can rotate too with the power of whatever it is that I managed to figure out. Because if it's an MMD file, I can just give it to you, and then you can also rotate with it.
Hell yes. Take me as your 3D Padawan.
Yeah, I know what that means. That's a Star Wars.
Oh, that's a Star Wars thing.
That is at least one war they had in a star. I can't tell you which one, but they talk. That's a thing. Yes. All right, wait. So I know who the lombaxes are. Lombi? Yes. Is it lombaxes plural? What is the plural?
It's I'm pretty sure it's lombaxes.
Lombaxes.
They said it they've said it in the games, like, we need to save the lombaxes.
We need to save the Lorax, actually. I
was thinking that too as I said it. We gotta save the trees.
I don't know what it was that made me think that, but yeah, we gotta save the lombax. I'm now trying to say wombats. What are you?
Wombat.
What are they again? Lombaxes?
Lombaxes. They're like alien cat people in a way, is the best way to kind of describe them. Because the whole franchise takes place in space. They're globe-trotting games. So like every level is a different planet, it's a new locale, and you have like it's story-based, but it's also got like some side missions that sometimes you can do, sometimes you have to do. The idea is to explore as much of these planets as possible to get everything in order to progress the story. You also need to do a lot of exploring because at least the first two games, and maybe the fourth, one thing that set them apart was you needed to pay to progress in the game.
Like in the Spyro sense, where you had to like,
Yes. Although they were far more transparent about that. With Spyro, it was collect the gems and we can go on this balloon. Or like, pay me in the gems that you collect, we can go on this balloon. In Ratchet and Clank, they are straight up, nah, you gotta pay me if you want to get through this door. Or you gotta pay me if you want to do this race. So you had to collect enough of the game's currency, which were bolts.
I see. Okay, noted.
And the game, the first game, a few of the games in the franchise had a very big anti-capitalist message in them. The main villain, tell me, I might be making a bit of a leap here. Let me explain on paper what the plot of the first game was.
Yeah.
You're a simple mechanic in the middle of nowhere doing simple stuff on a garage, and then you eventually find out that there is this big businessman that wants that is responsible for over polluting his own planet. So he wants to grab pieces of other planets and put them together in order to create a big super planet so that his people can live on. Except in actuality, he just wants to repeat the cycle over and over again because he gets paid by investors in order to produce his new planet. And throughout the entire game, you meet a lot of rough middle-class working people that are just trying to get by and don't really care about your mission. So the only way to incentivize them to let you progress from one point to another is to pay them. And they are very not transparent about that.
Dang, that's evil.
That is evil, but that was something that was conceived from jump, where it's like, we want a game that is where you have to kind of work to progress in a way. And when I say pay to win, it's not in like the modern day sense of like loot boxes or anything like that. It's no, the character needs to be able to pay to advance in the story. It's not hard. Going through the game normally, you accrue the money and resources to just progress through the game. There is, as we get to the later parts of the game, there is a little like micromanaging you can do, because you also have to spend bolts to buy weapons that can make the game easier for you. And that's where the cool weapons come in.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like, oh, I could buy this weapon here, or, and here's the other thing, new weapons would get unlocked the further you go on in the story. So it's like, oh, do you want to buy this flamethrower now, or do you want to get this like electric Tesla claw like 5 planets from now that you know is going to be a lot of money? So it was a game that had a little bit of an edge to it. I think it was one of the earlier games that first debuted with the E10 rating, back when that was kind of a new thing. Otherwise, it would definitely have been a T-rated game. It's
Dang.
Another way of looking at it is, hey guys, this is like Shadow the Hedgehog, but good.
I know what that means now. I learned about Sonic 2 weeks ago.
Like all of Sonic as a concept, or
yes.
I am impressed.
We spent almost 5 hours. I got to hear the entirety of Sonic from start to end, and it was fantastic. And I'm so confused.
Well, let's see if I can do just as good a job as that with my explanation of this.
I'd imagine so. I'm not confused yet, but apparently Sonic had a lot more strange things going on. There's a whole comic that involves Knuckles that should not exist.
Yeah, oh, I know which comic you're talking about. There's a lot of weird comic panels that have become infamous nowadays. Did you learn about Madonna?
Probably, but I'm not remembering by name. Who was Madonna?
During the early concept designs for Sonic, in an attempt to make him cool, they gave him like a human kind of ditzy blonde girlfriend.
Okay, I need to clarify because Jovi's in the room with me and just looked at me really disappointedly. Madonna the Sonic character, not Madonna the singer. This was the most disappointed look ever.
It's implied that she was based on the real Madonna, but it is... The character was named Madonna.
I was like, hang on, wait. I have to address this before you think that I don't know who Madonna is.
It's weird. They dropped it very early on, and I'm glad they did. But there's concept art out there. It exists. Oh, God.
Sorry to interrupt you there on Sonic, but...
No, you're good. You're good. I could also go on about Sonic. Sonic's also a big franchise to get into, but so that's the plot of the first game. You're Ratchet, you're a small mechanic, and you find this little robot that was actually produced by the bad guy. Like, he was produced in a factory, but he was defective. He's kind of like a defective war robot. He learns about the plans, and he's like, I've developed a sense of morality after being alive for about 10 seconds. I need to find somebody to like get this to. And at first he thinks he needs to go to the galaxy superhero Captain Quark.
Captain Quark.
Yes. That is his name.
Interesting.
So instead he finds Ratchet and he's like, "Hey, I need to go find Captain Quark." And he's like, "Well, if you can get..." Oh, I hit my desk for a second. He's like, "Well, if you can get me off this planet, I'll take you out. We'll go look for him." And that's kind of the plot of the first game. You're looking for Captain Quark to try to explain that there's like this bad guy doing all these bad things. And then you realize, oh shit, Quark works for the bad guy. We got to take him down ourselves.
Classic.
And along the way, you get some cool weapons. You explore some really amazing retro sci-fi locales with some of the best original PlayStation music I think I've ever heard to this day. I'm trying to integrate it more into my streams, honestly. And yeah, it's basically a buddy cop. It's a buddy cop movie in a way, because they're a little Ratchet and Clank. They're a little at odds with each other, especially halfway through the game, and then they become best friends afterwards.
Okay, good for them.
Ratchet also had a different voice in the first game.
Why?
Well, they changed his voice in the second game. It's implied because they made Ratchet a little like too mean in the first game. He had a little bit too much of an attitude. He was a little too antagonistic towards Clank. I sort of get where they're coming from, but that's also like, I think someone else used this analogy where it's like, that's like complaining that the buddy cop duo aren't best friends at the beginning of the game, when that's kind of the point of a buddy cop film.
Yeah, that they're not going to be, yeah.
Like they don't get along at first and then they eventually get along. But that was one, I think, of the only complaints of the first game from focus testing and stuff like that. Like Ratchet was a little too rough around the edges, a little too mean. So for the second game, they recasted him with James Arnold Taylor, who has played the character since. For those who don't know, James Arnold Taylor is Obi-Wan Kenobi in the Clone Wars Star Wars cartoon.
Oh,
and
somehow Star Wars twice today.
Exactly. That's why I mentioned that. But I think a lot of people might really know him as the voice of Johnny in Johnny Test.
Really? Interesting.
If anyone watched that cartoon.
I'm familiar with it.
That's kind of how I knew him. He's also been in a couple of other things. Like he played Leonardo in that big animated Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie. The one where Leonardo and Raphael fight on that rooftop in the rain. That's him.
I was like, which big one?
it was the big CGI animated one.
The CGI ones.
The one that didn't do well.
Yeah.
I hear. Is that disappointment I hear in your voice?
No, I went to see one of those on a date.
Oh.
It was very strange. It was a friend of mine at that time. We stopped being friends. Not related.
Oh.
But we both liked Mutant the Ninja Turtles. Went and watched the movie. I was like, this is besmirching the good name, and she was like, I thought that was fantastic, and I was like, oh. The start of the end.
That's how you knew it wasn't going to work out.
We were like, okay, no, not only should we not date each other, the friendship started to part from there.
I'm so sorry.
For some reason, that was the line that was drawn. No, do not be sorry.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
It's funny. It's just like a funny like start of the end.
Sometimes it unfortunately do be like that. But
yes. I thought they were a tragedy. I thought they were an absolute tragedy. I was like, oh, not those ones. I pretended they didn't exist. I was hoping that was not a thing any longer.
I'm sorry, I just unlocked like a repressed memory. It feels like.
That's okay. It was not that repressed. Here we go. I can rescale you to normal while I attempt to draw this background.
All good. And for those in chat, yes, cue the whip sound effect, the really obnoxious sound effects in the Johnny Test show.
Oh, yeah.
It's a meme at this point. They abused a lot of sound effects in that
They
show.
were YouTube before YouTube.
Yeah, oh my god, they were. They were also like Flash, like early YouTube Flash, kind of looking at it like in that way too. Damn.
I
can't go back and watch that show. It almost triggers my ADHD in like the worst way because it's so much noise, so much noise. But yeah, that's James Arnold Taylor. He's played the character since then. I did get to meet Clank's voice actor. Clank's been the same since the very first game. I met him I think I met him at one of the same conventions that I worked at, like the one where I met Johnny Young Bosch, and he signed a print of Clank that I have somewhere in this room, but I won't bring it up because I can't find it.
Somewhere in this very room, I promise it exists.
Somewhere in this room. I did move a bunch of stuff because I was cleaning. Then we get to the second game, which also has kind of an anti-capitalist message, where you go to another planet where literally a mega corporation is arguably responsible for all of the problems in the entire universe.
You know, as it goes.
Yeah. Obviously, nothing like that will ever happen, but these games were very not subtle, and that's why a lot of people liked them. But as the games went on, so the first three stories were like kind of these big old action adventure kind of things, and they were very, very big commentaries on capitalism and consumerism. The fourth game, which was the last Ratchet and Clank game that came out on the PS2, it's not a Ratchet and Clank game, it's just a Ratchet game. It's called Ratchet Deadlocked. And
why did they remove Clank?
Well, because they were experimenting. They were experimenting with something different as like a franchise, because as the games went on, you could describe the first Ratchet and Clank game as, it's like a platformer with some action or shooting elements in them. By the time we get to the third game, it's like, here's a third-person shooter with some platforming elements in it.
Oh, okay. So it was changing.
It was changing. The landscape of video games was changing overall. This is when Halo was starting to come out. This is when Grand Theft Auto was starting to come out, where the third-person, first-person shooter was starting to become a big thing. I joked a little bit, but the whole online conversations, like, hey, can you put online in these games that arguably don't need them? That's when we were starting getting big pushes from Sony to meet demands that they thought would aid in mass appeal for marketing these games, even though all they did was end up taking away development time from the main games. I love Ratchet and Clank. Classic Sony.
Sony. Oh, Sony.
I love Ratchet and Clank 3, Up Your Arsenal. But even I can acknowledge that like some of the levels are just multiplayer battle maps here in place of levels, because they didn't have time to design more levels, because this was back then where it was still barely acceptable to put out a new game every year.
Which is crazy.
It was crazy back then. It's impossible now.
By all means, it should be. Yes.
Yeah. By the time we got to the fourth game, it's like, okay, we're just going to try to forego the platforming element altogether and just make it an action game. Like make it an action multiplayer game where literally the plot is just do a bunch of missions in battle arenas. And I love Ratchet Deadlock. I think it's a fun game, but the gunplay is good. For what all these games, they pretty much accomplished most of what they were told to accomplish. Maybe not everything they wanted to accomplish, but most of what they had to. Mm-hmm. And if we were to give a lot of these games a rank, I would say most of them, except for the PSP games, most of them don't really rank below like a B, maybe a B minus.
I was expecting a number, so I'm gonna take like an number.
8. I would say even the like most meh Ratchet and Clank game isn't below a 7 out of 10. Like an actual 7 out of 10, not us calling a 7 out of 10 bad, which I feel like happens a lot these days.
See, that's the wildest thing to me is like game ratings have gotten so inflated that people see a 7 out of 10 as bad, and I feel bad. Like I do like ratings for models all the time, and I'm like, oh yeah, 7 out of 10, and people are like, oh, and I'm like, homie, that's great. Homie, that's a good number. What do you mean? That means you got more than 3/4 of the things. You got like 3/4 of the things. What do you mean? That's good.
I blame America with its dumb scoring system, because a 70 in some classes growing up for me, a 70 was failing.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. In all classes, a 70 was failing for me, pretty much.
Some skewed it a little bit where like below a 65 was failing, but like nobody goes home happy with a 7 out of 10. Unfortunately.
That is true. That is true. But at the same time, like, why did that ever change, become the case? Because like I have a chem degree. In a chem degree, you get a 70. That's good. That's fantastic, even in organic chem. That's astronomical. The fact that you pass organic chem, fantastic. So you are not expected to graduate with a chem degree with a 4.0 GPA. Like, that's not the case. You're expected to graduate with like a 3.2.
Yeah.
What happened? Inflation. Grade inflation.
It's really, I can see how that has sort of warped our perception of grades. And I can kind of understand the mentality of, at least also if like you're purchasing something, you want to make sure that your money is worth it. So like, why not put my money into something that is a guaranteed minimum 8 or 9 out of 10?
Yeah.
But as far as like the game goes, it's when I start getting into like the crunch and the demands that were put on them and them kind of trying to experiment with different gaming infrastructure, it is a miracle that they are like 7s out of 10s. Because you think about the stipulations they were put under and you apply them to like games today, it's impressive that these games didn't turn out like Cyberpunk did today. You know?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what you mean.
Like kind of broken, glitchy messes in a way, or clearly unfinished games. You play Ratchet and Clank games for the first time, they don't come off as unfinished through their first playthrough. At least I would argue they don't. It isn't until you look into a little bit more about it, and then it's kind of a curse of knowledge. You kind of can't see them the same way again in some ways.
Oh no, but like that could be said about almost any game of that era. Where like when I look, oh, somebody disagrees with us here.
Yep, it's the unfortunate reality is though that the games would not break this curse of like crunch time, harsh deadlines, stipulations that were kind of forced on them. They would not break that curse for decades. Yeah, decades. Oh yeah, because remember, this franchise is over 20 years old. I think this franchise is almost 25 years old. And like I said, it wasn't until Rift Apart that they were finally able to be like, no, okay? Like, we have the real estate, the people, and the clout to be like, look,
no more.
If you don't let us take our time with this game, you're not getting Spider-Man, okay?
They made the threat. They said, if you're bad, no Spider-Man.
Which is kind of disappointing because it's like we're probably not going to see a new Ratchet and Clank game for a while because they still need to make Insomniac still needs to make Spider-Man 3 and that new Wolverine game. It's like, damn.
Oh, yeah, you'll have to wait, huh?
I gotta wait. It's fine. They're still making good games. It's fine. So those were the messages of like the first 4 games on the PS2. And the interesting thing about those 4 games on the PS2 is that technically, the best way to play them is in their original format. Because while they do have HD remasters, and those are solid, especially considering the budget and the time frame that the remasters had to work with, and considering there are remasters on the PS3 for all 4 of those games, and they are good. I would say, if you can't, I'm not going to tell anyone to go find an old PS2 and find like an old copy of these games to play them. Play the remasters; they're fine.
They have like some technical.
Well, they have some technical hiccups. It's just like some like visual glitches and stuff like that pop up. Similar to the rest of the franchise, it's a miracle they turned out as well as they did for 2 Well, Deadlock the remaster, that's awful.
Noted.
The reason why that one is awful is because that game was built on a different infrastructure than the previous 3 games. And the thing about the Ratchet and Clank games as a whole is they're very hardware specific games. Like, they were built specifically to be played on a PS2. Specifically on a fat PS2. Like, you could even run into glitches playing the original on like a thin PS2.
Huh.
or on a PS3 with backwards compatibility. The reason for this was, I mentioned that the PS2 was the least powerful console of the three during the console wars. And Sony knew this. So when they were working with developers, they're like, we want you guys to find shortcuts to basically trick consumers into thinking that the PS2 is more powerful than it actually is. That's
a good sentence to have, yeah. Please trick our consumers. Please.
Please trick our consumers. I mean, it worked. So is that why they're so terrible in emulation? Yes, because a lot of people don't know this, that the original coding for these games was specifically tailored to the hardware that they were originally produced to. For example, one trick that Insomniac came up with when it came to developing the early games, in order to get around load times, they had to specifically manipulate what part of the disk the data would be added to.
What does that mean?
Apparently, for example, if you encode a game, so when you're encoding a game to a disk, the disk reader, like the disk spins and the disk reader is scanning the disk.
Yes.
And that's how it gets the data, and that's how it translates that data into, I'm saying this in really simple terms.
You're doing a good job. I know
you.
I know some game dev, so I'm following what you're saying, but it's probably for the best that you.
Good. I'm glad.
Simplify.
If I'm
yeah, no, you're good.
If I'm being confusing at any point, please let me know. However, where the data specifically is on that disk can affect how that data is loaded onto the system. Apparently, if you move the data closer to the center of the disk, where the rotations of the disk are smaller,
wait, I've heard
the game
this.
loads faster.
I know this because this has something to do with some other game. There's another game that does this. Actually, there's probably a couple.
There's probably a couple of games that learned this trick because Insomniac came up with it.
Hey, that's cool. I didn't know they came up with that.
As the data spreads throughout the rest of the disk, you're able to store much more data. So that's how they did that. So that's what I mean, where it's like, oh, so they literally encoded these disks specifically because of how they would be read on this console. So if you put this disc in a different console, like a thin PS2 or a PS3, which reads discs completely differently, that's going to affect the way that the data is loaded in the game. So you're
if we're prioritizing,
yeah.
So we're going to have load priority issues.
Exactly. That's why, like,
no.
you might run into glitches or frame rate issues, or they might take longer to load on those other systems.
Dang, that's wild. Huh.
So they were working some like dark magic trying to make all of this stuff work. And again, it's insane they were able to do what they did. There were some simpler things that they tried to do, like masking load times. When you would select a new level, the reason why they made it a galaxy trotting adventure where all the levels are different planets is because whenever you would select a new level, obviously you're going to run into a loading screen. They masked that loading screen with an MP4 of them flying through the galaxy.
Ah, Kingdom Hearts style.
Exactly.
Here, have a Gumi ship mini game. We're actually loading the world. Thanks.
Well, actually, it wasn't a mini game. It was just an MP4 of
yeah.
the ship traveling.
For that one, I was talking for Kingdom Hearts.
No, that's that was kind of a similar thing, using like mini games, because other games would do this where like they would load something small to distract you from something big loading in the background. I remember there were some games that would have like arcade games play instead of loading screens. Yeah,
but see, they're so smart for that, because nothing will drive you nuts more than, like, I played Final Fantasy 15. Do you know how long it took to open that game?
No, how long?
Depending on, I guess, I think it depended on what PS4 you had, but I played it with my friend, and it took 15 minutes for us to load into the game. It's an open world game.
What?
It was ridiculous. You would set it up and then be like, we'd get home from school essentially, and we would set it up, get home from class, we'd set it up, and then we'd go get like dinner. And then we come back and play.
And it's still loading. Oh my God.
It would be done by that, but it was so ridiculous how long that game took to load into the game. After that, there were really almost no loading times. But like, why could we have not done a thing that prevents that from being the case? Why couldn't you give me a silly little mini game? They had tons of mini games in that game. Why can't I play the pinball mini game during that time?
As Chad is pointing out, a lot of companies patented the idea so that their games couldn't be used in other games. You can blame Bandai Namco for that because, again, their arcade games were some of the first ones used, like Galaga and Pac-Man. But now they're like, no, we patent this idea, so you have to pay us to do that. And it's like, okay, fine, we're not going to do it anymore. Are you going to do it? No.
But that game literally has an entire pinball game built for it as a game inside the Final Fantasy 15 game that you can play and spend hours upon hours playing to win rewards and items. And why couldn't they just put that on the loading screen? We've spent way too long playing that pinball game. But no, we can't physically put that somewhere else. That has to be only there. We can't put that on the 15-minute loading screen.
Nope.
The pinball game.
You're screwed in that sense. The only other reason I can imagine it's not done is because it takes too much time. Like, nowadays,
like dev time probably.
Dev time, and I guess nowadays the idea is to. I say nowadays, this was arguably always the idea, but now more than ever in our era of solid state drives and stuff like that, we want to create as seamless of a game experience as possible. So the idea is to. Do you know why there's so much mandatory walking in some video games like Final Fantasy VII Remake?
Yeah, we are disguising load. I know.
We're disguising loading screens, so it's
it's just a walking simulator.
we cannot for a second let the consumer think they are waiting for anything.
So instead, the consumers are going to get angry because they're walking forever.
Yeah, but no, don't you see? It's cinematic. It's part of the story experience. So like it's totally intentional. Maybe to an extent it is, but we all know like what the actual technical reason for it is. That's why this elevator is taking a bit longer to travel than you might think, or why we're suddenly walking in a corridor. It's all to mask loading screens. So on that note, do you want to know some other ways that Ratchet and Clank got around loading screens?
Sure.
They would sometimes build levels within levels.
What does that mean?
So there are some mini games in Ratchet and Clank, like hoverboard racing or hover bike race. Like it's a lot of racing. They would have like racing levels.
Well, if you build an engine for racing, might as well get your use out of it.
Well, yeah. And what they would do is they would take that level. And instead of have a whole separate level. And instead of like sectioning it off to like a separate part of the game, they would make it really, really small and hide it in a corner of the level where you would unlock that mini game.
Oh, tricky.
So that way, when you go to like the NPC, it's like, I want to race. It would immediately move you to the small part of the game, to that smaller part of the game and they would angle the camera in a way so that you don't notice that, everything is slightly more lower poly here than in the actual base game. And you also aren't noticing all the finer details because you're traveling so fast in a racing game. So that's what they would do.
That is, like, I love the way that, like, creative problem solving works in game dev, because so many solutions are things where it's like, well, of course we'll just do it that way. Like Mario 64 Reflections, he's just there twice. There's just a second Mario. They just put him there again a second time. There's no actual reflection. They've just made you have a model 2 times. I'm like, that's so smart. That's so smart.
Little innovations like that make me love.
Yeah, that's
hiccups.
You're good. But that's so clever. I'm like, you know who could use some of that? VR chat. Those mirrors, heavy. Granted, the model's also kind of heavy, but we could just have 2 of the model, maybe. Maybe that would be less. I don't actually know.
Like, but could the chat handle two of the same model, like rendering in the exact same way like that?
I don't know, because I wonder if maybe it would just render something slightly less. I don't actually know how VR chat's whatchamacallit, how the mirrors work, but they're really high in resources. That's the only thing I know about them.
I could kind of see that.
I'm not a VR chat person, but the like 2 times I've been in there prior to me getting immense motion sickness were goddamn, I cannot do this at the same time as any. Like, I gotta turn that mirror off immediately. I got a little bit of a tanky PC too, so I was like, surprising.
So that's just kind of one of like the crazy things that Insomniac would do back then. And another reason why the remasters aren't great is because back then we didn't save games on like flash, like level outlines and stuff like that on flash drives. We saved them on graph paper. Got lost. So those poor remaster devs technically had to remake the games from the ground up in order to make the remasters work. Which,
ouch.
Thank God they did that, because there is a reboot game for the PS4. They ended up using the remasters as the basis for the reboot game because they couldn't use the originals. So yay!
Thank goodness they had the option.
Paid off. Yeah. See, that's game preservation in a different way.
There you go. That counts for something.
But there was a but the thing is, there was a downside to spending all of this development time with trying to innovate for workarounds for load times and stuff like that. And that's that the games unfortunately suffered in some ways. But again, Insomniacs were kind of like the kings of innovations, because you don't realize that these games only turn out the way that they did through workarounds and innovations.
They don't read as something that was, like all workarounds. Yeah.
They don't read as that at all, which is kind of what makes them brilliant. For example, in the first Ratchet and Clank game, the first opening cutscene for the game has no dialogue. You technically do not hear any of the characters talk for like the first 15 minutes of the game. And they timed it to act as like a good kind of dramatic stinger. You can even read it as, oh, this is kind of like a throwback to the fact that mascot platformers didn't really talk a lot.
Not a lot of voice lines usually, yeah.
Not a lot of voice lines. But in actuality, it's because that scene was animated before the voice actors were cast for the game.
Time crunch.
Time crunch. Because a lot of these when it came to the stories for these games, Insomniac would sometimes spend so much time working on the game development of these games that they didn't actually always know what the story of these games was going to be until the very, very end. And then it's a case of, how can we work what we have into a story?
Well, hey, you know what you can have before you have a story sometimes? Fully completed characters. Do I recommend it? No.
They had completed character models. They had whole levels because they had to show
reused them, yeah.
Yeah, they just didn't have voice lines, and sometimes they wouldn't even have a script.
Oh.
Because they didn't know what the plot of their own game was going to be about. It's like, we want this to be a globe-trotting series. How do we make this a globe-trotting series? Like, we have all these ways to like mass loading screens that would work if we made it a globe-trotting series, so let's make it a globe-trotting series. Okay.
All right, bet. Why not?
Bet. And they made it work. Raid.
Hello. Hi. Oh, hi, audience. Hi, fellas. Oh, my neck is broken. I'm so sorry. I've been looking at drawing. What kind of raid message is this? Oh, what's that? Can I touch it? This is a gun. You can touch it at your own safety or danger. How safe would you rate this gun? Maybe bolts?
I'd rate it as very safe.
Very safe out of 10?
Metal presses against the back of my, I was going to say head, but you can't reach up there. It's the back of my calf.
Oh, I can fly over there. Don't think I can't. I have magnification magic powers.
In that case, I'm screwed.
Teleports behind you. Wait, no, I got tall. That's the wrong button. Wait, hang on. Try again. teleports behind you. I have a gun.
Ah. Yeah, guys, it's you are definitely welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Squiiji is a very fun and adorable, totally non-violent streamer.
Yes!
You should definitely follow them for more amazing artwork and art critiques.
Thank you. Shrewmates, you didn't rotate at them. I didn't tell you to because you've been good about it. Shrewmates, can you rotate at them for me, please? I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator, and this is Bolts. We're talking about Ratchet and Clank.
I'm based off of Ratchet and Clank, and I'm giving a history lesson on the development history of these games and how it's a miracle that any of them were made, because Jesus. So yeah, the thing is about a lot of these early games too is that technically they didn't have professional writers on them. It was kind of a thing where like game devs or animators, like people who worked on the animations, would be in charge of writing the script for the games. So it was very much a case of, by the nature of everyone's position, it was a case of how can we make this work with what we have? And somehow they did it.
By sheer power of will.
By sheer power of will. So through a lot of crunch and a lot of workarounds, they managed to make a very solid trilogy with a very solid fourth game attached to that for the PS2. And it did help the PS2 in having its own sense of its own original IPs. Here's a little bonus fun fact, and I forgot I had this toggle because I don't use it that much. The game Ratchet and Clank also was one of the rare times that a Western property, well, back then at least, I think it's different now, but back then, Western produced video games didn't perform that well in Japan, except for Crash Bandicoot and Ratchet and Clank.
Wait, I didn't know Crash Bandicoot was a Western produced game. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's done by Naughty Dog.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was like one of their big successful games. Japan loved Crash Bandicoot, and they also loved Ratchet and Clank. I think they have a lot of original commercials for the game over there in Japan. It's like, we were talking about fursuits before. It's literally a guy in a big mascot fursuit of Ratchet helping like a little boy with his crush and stuff like that. Because weird thing about Japanese commercials, they all have like stories to them.
That's true.
So like,
yeah,
you kind of need to watch all the commercials to get the full story.
Yeah. That's like the long man.
Yeah. Quick fun fact.
I'm gonna forbid you from using that phrase. You've said quick fun fact, I think 6 times in the last 10 minutes.
Well, because I keep like, you're talking about Japanese commercials, and now I'm thinking about Devil May Cry.
You're not actually forbidden, but it is funny how many fun facts you have.
I have a lot. I warned you.
That's true. I can't say I was not warned. This is not a complaint. Merely an observation.
Because I really like being here, and I hope I'm not overstaying my welcome.
No, you are good.
Because you've been an amazing host, and I want to make sure I am a good guest as well.
You are good. Don't you worry. I do need to at least say to the people who did raid in, hello. Yes. I didn't really actually greet them, unfortunately. I forgot. I also brain offed, unfortunately. But Audio, say thank you for stopping by. What were you guys doing? And if you guys need to do things like taking care of yourself, please do that. I don't know how late in the hours it is there, but if you need to eat or sleep or drink, do those. If you want to stick around, I appreciate it. If you gotta go, getting late. Understandable.
It's getting late for us. I'm looking at the time now.
Yeah, I will say, Sunday night. I'm usually here until around 10:30, so that's 10 to 10:30 maybe is the usual time. You do not have to stick to that time that I'm usually here for.
That's cool with me. I cleared my evening schedule for this, and as long as we're not here till 2 in the morning because I have to go to work at school tomorrow, I'm cool with that.
Joby, who is here in this room, also has to go to work early in the morning, and Joby's bedtime is not far after 10, so.
I relate, Joby. Good luck.
You're being wished luck. All right. So wait. Okay. So you're good. What?
I was gonna share a bonus fun fact about Devil May Cry.
Devil May Cry. Okay.
The English actor who plays Dante is actually in a lot of those Japanese commercials.
Really?
Like the white American actor is
Why?
in like Japanese Mento commercials. I
Dang, good
don't
for
know.
him.
Maybe he was like doing so. I don't know why he was in Japan, but it's very interesting. You could probably find them on YouTube. I think I want to like share them on my stream at some point, but those are they were very interesting commercials.
I can
So
imagine. That's like every time I see like I'll see like a commercial of John Cena because he does a lot of stuff because he speaks Mandarin, and I'll see a commercial of him speaking
yeah,
Mandarin like fluently, and it's a commercial for like ice cream or something, and I'm like, whoa, dang man, okay, I see.
I think Japan really likes. I think Japan and some other Asian countries really like John Cena. That new Suicide Squad anime that came out, it has Peacemaker in it, and the guy just looks like an anime version of John Cena.
Love a
Like they
good
gave
anime
all the
John
other
Cena.
characters unique designs, but this one it's like, no, you're just gonna be
No,
John
this is
Cena.
just John Cena.
It's just Japanese voiced John Cena. Which I wonder if he could have voiced himself in Japanese. I know Mandarin is like Chinese, but like I wonder if he does know Japanese.
I
Food for
don't know.
thought.
I mean, if he can figure
Yeah,
out one level 4 language, what's another one?
that's true. Like the fact that he learned Mandarin is already very impressive.
Incredibly impressive.
Oh, chat. I never knew Ratchet and Clank was popular in Japan. Yeah, you want to know why? Look at my model for a second.
I'm looking. Why do you have those eyebrows? What is that about?
So this is Japanese bolts because, for some reason, I guess to make him more marketable,
You give him eyebrows?
the Japanese version of Ratchet and Clank, they gave him really thick, dark eyebrows. And I have no idea why.
I need to remedy this drawing immediately. Hang on.
No, please don't add the big bushy eyebrows.
This is so funny because this
is like a joke.
This is so much closer to the way that I draw. Forces eyebrows upon you.
Fun fact, those eyebrows were from Fooly Cooley.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I just found a PNG. I just took a screenshot from the show, cropped them out, and then added it as an asset to the model. I think it's specifically from the scene in the anime where they're like, those eyebrows.
See, that's one of my more specific tales I can tell is that I don't know how much you would deal with this in teaching, but I deal with a lot of plagiarism in teaching in art. And I had a student turn into me a tracing of Fooly Cooley for some reason, expecting me to not know what that was. And it is a tracing, not just of anything. It is the tracing of the like key promotional art from Fooly Cooley.
What?
And you know, the professor who I was working alongside was none the wiser. Thank you for the ladder, I appreciate it. The professor I was teaching alongside was none the wiser, and I was like, stop, wait. I was like, can you explain to me the what this means? Like I tried to play along, and I boxed them into a corner until I forced them to admit that it was not their own. I didn't say it. I just boxed them in so badly that they had to admit it. But these eyebrows were a part of it.
Oh my god! Wait,
I have to commit acts
I wish
of
I
evil.
could see what the promotional art. No, go ahead. I wish I could see what the promotional art was. That's so interesting, and I love the fact that there are fellow Fooly Cooley fans here. Because the show's amazing.
Yeah,
But
Fooly Cooley's great.
did you
Don't trace
know?
it.
Did you know? I don't know if you watched the dub of it, but
Fooly Cooley?
the main Fooly Cooley, yeah.
That's a good question. I don't remember what I watched. It's been a long time. What did I watch?
The dub actor for the boy, the main character, Renton, is his name?
I don't know. I probably watched that like.
Did you watch it on
years
Adult
ago.
Swim?
No, I watched it in 10 parts on YouTube as God intended.
Oh. Oh yes. That was a different time. You guys don't know how good you have it right
I
now.
know. I watched all of Lucky Star in parts like that at midnight when I was supposed to be asleep after having snuck out of my room to turn the Wi-Fi router back on. Were you normal, were you normal, or did you live other ways? Did you live another way?
No, that is how I watched a lot of early anime. I got exposed to anime on the internet through AMVs, like the Linkin Park, Naruto, Rock Lee versus Gaara AMVs.
Classic.
And I'm like, this is so cool, because the internet had the episodes that weren't on Toonami. It's like, this is so cool. Oh. Can I watch more of this? And then my cousin showed me. I was a bit later compared to other people, but I want to say it was around the time the Chunin exam was airing on Toonami. That's when I jumped on the Japanese bandwagon of watching the episodes on YouTube.
See,
also, I got exposed to like ecchi and other things, and I'm like, I was never the same again.
You know,
oh god,
that is a dangerous path to go down. I found anime because of the Funimation channel, which we by some miracle got, despite not getting like 80% of other channels. I was homesick from school, and that was the only channel that had anything interesting on.
So let me guess, you watched a lot of, because I also had that channel. I think I had it during the final year before it was taken off, because it was on DirecTV.
Yep.
If I remember correctly. So you watched a lot of Oron?
Mm-hmm.
Hetalia?
No.
Oh, okay.
I did not watch Hetalia.
I know Hetalia aired a lot on that.
It did.
What about Sergeant Frog?
I did watch a little Sergeant Frog, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What else? School Rumble?
School Rumble! that show had so many problems, but boy, were the openings and endings bops.
I loved School Rumble growing up as a kid.
It was so good. My sister's the only other person I know who has watched that show because she watched it with me. That was her favorite.
Well, now you have another.
There you go. So, do you know what came on before School Rumble? There was an order. There was an order that they aired in.
There was. They only had like maybe 7 shows, and they kept airing them.
Mm-hmm. There was
kind of in circulation.
Yeah, there was an order in which time of day each one was on. Do you know what came before School Rumble?
Was it Full Metal Alchemist?
Mm-mm.
No. Let's see. Sergeant Frog, it was School Rumble.
Sergeant Frog was after.
Italia. Nah, I'm drawing a blank.
It was the show that was between my show and my sister's show. It was Negima. Negima?
Negima! Oh my god!
The one where the teacher is younger than all his students and kisses all of them to give them magic powers.
Yeah. Don't look up the author.
No, I would advise against.
Yeah.
We only watched that one because it was between Tsubasa, which was the show I liked, which was the first show.
Tsubasa and Triple X Holic.
Yes.
Also aired.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god.
It went Tsubasa, and then Negima, and then School Rumble, and then Sergeant Frog was after. That was the order that they aired on. Aired in at that time.
And then every Friday, they would try to show something different.
Yes, which was how I found Soul Eater.
Yeah, they would either show like a new show that they acquired, like Soul Eater.
Mm-hmm.
They would show a movie. I think they showed the Evangelion movies.
They did.
Sometimes
I can confirm. That's how I saw one of them at an age that was far too young to be watching Evangelion.
Well, speaking of far too young, this is also how I found Nana. Because sometimes they would get a show by like Viz Media or something to air. And that's how I got exposed to Nana. And
oh no. See,
oh boy, how old was I?
I knew about Nana because my aunt was really into Nana. And I knew about it, and she specifically told me, she said, I like an anime. Cool that you like anime. Do not look up this anime, but this is the one that I like. I said, why would you tell me what it's called if you don't want me to look it up? So I immediately, of course, looked it up.
Oh my god. Nana. Oh, it's a lot.
Yep.
It's a lot.
Now that I'm older, I'm more concerned than I was ever before.
Did you ever like watch it?
Some of it.
Okay.
And I did not understand what all was going on. But now in my advanced age, I was like,
It's so hard. The best way to describe Nana is it's a very good, very real show.
I see.
But it's real in the sense of like it's like trying to recommend Grave of the Fireflies to somebody.
Yeah.
Where it's like, this is good. Don't watch it unless you want to feel sad, because it will make you feel sad.
Oh,
and
no.
This is my warning to you. Grave of the Fireflies made you feel sad because it was like tragic. Nana makes you feel sad because it's like, oh, there's like a turning point here where I don't think anyone is going to have a happy ending. And it's like, it's realistic in the sense where it's like, yeah, I could see this happening in real, like these exact relationship dynamics, this exact outcome, all of this happening in real life. And that just makes me sad. Because it's a very adult, it's rough. It's a very adult show. All the characters, no one's in high school. Everyone's like in their mid to late 20s. And it's like, it's actual adult problems, like relationships and trying to like make a name for yourself and dealing with stuff. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's definitely the kind of show where it's like, if you ask me if it's good, I'll say yes. If you ask me if you should watch it, I'll say
maybe.
Maybe.
Can you answer one very important question? Are the girlies in love or are they not in love?
They are.
The fact that it took you so long to attempt an answer.
No, because it's complicated. That's just it. So much of the show can be summed up as it's complicated. By all accounts, those two are in love.
Okay, are they officially in love? Or are they subtextually in love? Okay.
Yes.
No.
It's very much the they were roommates, but they let me put it this way. They are happier together than they ever are with anybody else in the show.
Ah, okay.
And that's probably the biggest tragedy about it.
No.
Like they tease it so hard. Not in like a baity kind of way, like fan servicey, but in a, hey guys, maybe if you didn't live during this era of Japan, you would have discovered a lot about yourselves. You guys
could have had a little bit of a fulfilling thing in your life here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I just
sad.
find it very funny. And the dub is actually really good because it was done in Canada. So there are a lot of actors
you said
in
because it was done in Canada.
Well, okay. I didn't mean that as like a slant. It's like Canadian dubs are so rare nowadays. So I meant there's a lot of actors in it that you will find in other popular properties that came out of Canada. Like one of the girls is voiced by Barbie.
Oh, Barbie!
like she, I don't know if she's Barbie anymore, but she was Barbie for a long time. Like all those direct-to-DVD, all those direct-to-VHS Barbie movies, that was her. And then the other, and then that's the non-goth girl. And then the goth girl, that's the only way I can describe it. Important distinction. And the goth girl is voiced by a very popular character and one of the main singing voices in My Little Pony.
Wow. Okay, so star-studded cast here, of course.
Yeah, and there's like a lot of Death Note people in there too.
Death Note.
Death Note was dubbed in Canada.
I didn't know that Death Note was dubbed in Canada. That's fine. That's really the only anime that I watched the dub for. That I can conclusively say it did.
If you watch the dub for Nana, and I would recommend it, you will hear Light's voice, and
that's funny.
God, he plays the perfect character.
Dang, good for him.
As the actor that plays Light. He is a lot of things I can't say on this stream. He's a lot. He's not a good guy, basically.
Oh, okay. I was like, huh?
Yeah. Like
minorly concerning.
there were other colorful ways in which I could describe him as not be like just saying he's not a good guy undersells how not good of a guy he was.
I
But
didn't know
using
that.
more accurate terminology. No, the actor's fine. I mean the character he plays.
Oh! I was like,
Yeah,
oh no,
the actor's great.
is this like a Quentin Flynn type deal or like?
No. I think his name is Brad Swale. He's great. He almost every story I hear about him is great. And he's in like in a lot of iconic things. Like part of the reason why people wish more stuff was dubbed in Canada was because like they like hearing his voice because he was great as Light. I think he's in Inuyasha. He also plays like the main character in Black Lagoon, which also has a fantastic dub.
That was another one that I definitely only saw the dub of because that was one I saw on Funimation.
Right, Black Lagoon also did air on Funimation's channel. I forgot about that.
For what reason did Black Lagoon air on Funimation?
Well, it is it is distributed by Funimation, but
it is. But that show is quite something for the rating, right? Like,
I mean, Funimation wasn't. I want to say after their transition period. I mean, one of the third shows they dubbed was Yu Yu Hakusho. That's not a child-friendly show.
That's true.
If anything, they added more cursing and stuff, I think, in the dub compared to the Japanese.
I forgot. I rewatched some of Yu Yu Hakusho like 2 years ago, and I was like, wow, that guy's got a mouth on him, huh?
Yeah. I mean, that's part of the reason why people like it, because it has a bit of that, like, a lot of that, like, 90s sort of charm to it.
Yeah, it serves the anime's not just for kids thing.
Yeah. It was around that time, I want to say, like around the early to mid 2000s, that we really started growing away from that. Like Funimation, to their credit back then, once Dragon Ball Z was a big success, it's like, okay, why don't we try adapting these a bit more accurately? I think Fruits Basket came afterwards, featuring Laura Bailey, who...
Yeah, that's Maka from Soul Eater also.
And she still comes back to voice Maka for like... what was it, Soul Eater Not?
Yes.
She actually came back to voice Maka again when she absolutely did not have to or need to, because it was around this time that she was really blowing up in video games. I also love saying this because not enough people know this. Troy Baker plays Excalibur in Soul Eater.
Really?
I think that was like one of his... Oh no, it wasn't one of his last Funimation roles. His last Funimation role was like in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. But yeah, this was before he really fully took off in video games and was still doing a lot of... He started doing anime dubs before he switched over exclusively to video games.
I guess that tracks.
He was almost in Ouran High School Host Club.
Why was he Excalibur of all things?
Because he's funny? I don't know.
You know, I guess
it's such a random thing.
Like, that is such a character to play.
Excalibur.
Excalibur was my father's first experience seeing any anime, and my dad was like, "What is this elephant?" And I said, "Oh."
Oh my god, he's so annoying.
To this day, that is what my father thinks of anime. My father is like,
I mean,
oh.
What would be worse, if that was his first exposure, or if like you handed him your typical like ecchi or isekai throwaway show?
Well, it was better than my mom's first experience, which was me just by folly of existing on Tumblr, scrolling through things, not paying attention while I'm having a conversation, and unfortunately scrolling upon haiku. What is the word I'm looking for? The hentai.
Yeah, that's the word.
Yaoi is the word I want, actually.
Okay.
Just like scrolling past without paying attention, my mother was like, "What was that?" I was like, "What was what?" I scrolled back up, I was like, "Whoa!" She was like, those are those cartoon characters you watch on the TV. And I was like, I promise that's not what happens in it. You can watch it with me. They just play volleyball. I was like, I swear to you, they only play volleyball.
That is definitely one of the harder conversations of trying to explain anime to people.
Yeah.
We've gotten so far away from Ratchet and Clank.
Whoops. Let's see. How can I loop this back? See, that would have been an okay. Actually, no. I think my parents would have been really confused by that as well. My parents were freaked out by Epic Mickey, so I don't know if they would have understood Ratchet and Clank either.
Well,
like, what are these little
I know how
cat
to tie
things?
this back. Well, the funny thing about Ratchet and Clank is that it got more complicated.
Got more complicated instead
As
of
the series
less.
went on, instead of less, because the ambition for the franchise got bigger.
Mm,
Which is great. It makes more sense because we're transitioning from the PS2 to the PS3. Now games are starting to be more realistic and gritty, and like
crazy.
this is where we're starting to see the beginning of the video games are about telling stories.
Video games are about
mindset.
realistic graphics and telling a story.
Exactly. So Insomniac experimented with a couple of different franchises. I think they did do their own first-person shooter because PlayStation was trying to find their answer to Call of Duty. I think it was called Resistance, which was like their big. They had like 2 or 3 games in that franchise, but they did still want to develop Ratchet and Clank. So, but this time they're like, okay, you know what? We're gonna hire actual writers, and
Crazy.
we're
Imagine
gonna
that.
bigger. We're gonna go bigger. We're gonna make a more ambitious series about like the larger lore of the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Where are the lombaxes? That's the question that the series started asking.
Where are the lombaxes?
Where are the lombaxes? Because Ratchet is the only lombax in the game.
Ah. So that's a ripe location for storytelling, huh?
Exactly. And when the game starts with him being alone. So it's like, whoa, you don't really think about that, you know? Like you look at Crash Bandicoot or something, it's like, oh, okay, he was an experiment, whatever. Or oh, I guess he has a sister, whatever. But here it's like,
I guess
no,
he's a sister,
why was
whatever.
I guess he has a sister. Yeah, that was, even as a kid, I was always weirded out by that, where it's like the second game starts and he just has a sister now, and I'm like, where did she?
Where have you been?
Where have you been? You weren't in the first game. I think Crash 4 sort of retroactively was like, oh, she was also an experiment and she kind of busted out with Crash. You just don't see her in the first game. And I'm like,
she just wasn't
I think it's
hanging
more
out.
like I think it's more like you guys just didn't have an idea for her until the second game, and we're just going to ignore that. That's fine. So yeah, the big question so Ratchet is the only Lombax in the game for a while.
Mm-hmm.
There are other alien races and like other creatures and stuff like that, but you just assume there are more out there. In fact, in the second game, there is a character that looks very eerily like a Lombax to the point where, and I think she was supposed to be one.
Did they retcon it?
They kind of retconned it to be like, no, she doesn't have a tail, so she's not a Lombax.
She's just something else entirely. Don't worry about it.
She's just something else entirely, and we're just gonna quickly keep pretending like she doesn't exist. That kind of thing.
Quickly.
It is very much a in-joke / point of contention in the fandom where it's like, come on guys, where is she? It's like, don't worry, she's like out there, but she's not a Lombax. Because they do that thing where they'll like try to ignore her, but also keep bringing her up at the same time.
Oh.
So it's like trying to ignore it, but also drawing attention to it. I'm like, guys, you can't
make up your mind.
Can't do both of these things. But yeah, we get into the PS3 era and the production is different. The presentation is different. Now everything is a lot more cinematic, the soundtrack has a lot more swells to it. It's less like techno retro and more like futuristic sci-fi. And we call this the Future series, like the Ratchet and Clank Future series. And like a big prevailing plot point, starting with the first PS3 game, is where are the other Lombaxes? Because the villain of the first Future game is a villain that's like, I'm trying to find this thing that your people hid. And Ratchet's like, what are you talking about? Like, you get the impression he's never met another Lombax before.
Oh, so he doesn't know.
He doesn't know where it is, but he's the only Lombax around, and this guy seems to know a lot about Lombaxes, and he's like, the Lombaxes were like masterful engineers, and they developed this thing, and I'm going to find it. And he's like, well, I guess we better find it now because you can't find it because you're evil. So they find it, and it turns out to be an interdimensional device. So it turns out we're getting deep in the lore here. So it turns out that the lombaxes were a race of very smart engineers that are
I thought you said
arguably
erased.
responsible. No,
That would be a lot darker. Oh,
they weren't erased. They were banished to a different dimension.
Oh, we're getting multidimensional here.
Yes, we are getting.
That explains the cover I saw.
Sigh with me, everybody. We're doing multiverses.
In what year? What year?
2010.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so before that became super incredibly overdone, at least.
Yeah. I'd say on the cusp. Comics were already doing it, but video games, yeah, we haven't quite beat that horse to death yet. So, yeah, we're introducing the idea of interdimensional travel.
Mm-hmm.
We find this thing, it's called the Dimensionator. And
Dimensionator. That sounds like a Dr. Doofenshmirtz invention.
Yes, with my Dimensionator!
Mm-hmm.
I will open portals all over the tri-state area!
That's pretty good.
I have been told I do a pretty solid Doofenshmirtz.
I was not prepared for the commitment there, but I'm glad you committed.
I do also do some voice acting, so I try.
Appear to be succeeding, yes.
Another hat to wear.
Dang. Your neck must hurt.
That's
a lot of hats.
My back is what hurts.
Oh, I mean that too.
I mean it's all connected to the spine.
Yeah.
So the Dimensionator ends up being arguably the biggest major plot point of the rest of the franchise to this day.
Oh, okay.
Because the Dimensionator was created by the Lombaxes in order to do interdimensional travel.
Oh.
And because they were like these godly engineers. Like they created technology that would end up laying the foundation for technology used throughout the galaxy for years to come. Mm-hmm. So then everyone's like, okay, well, where are the Lombaxes? Well, the villain of this game was adopted by them. And did you see the first Thor movie?
Oh, what is the title of that one? Does that one have a title? Just called Thor. No.
Okay. Do you know Loki from like?
I do. I'm aware of Loki.
Okay, and you know his whole shtick is like, I'm an adoptive brother. Yes. I'm adopted in this family. I don't belong here. But I deserve greatness, kind of thing.
I don't belong here. Yeah. Yes.
Imagine that, but worse. That was the villain of the first Ratchet and Clank Future game.
Okay.
He was adopted by the Lombaxes, but eventually realized, oh, you like banished my people to a different dimension, and you just kind of adopted me. So I'm going to banish you guys. So he got the Dimensionator and banished the Lombaxes to a separate dimension. And it's implied that they're just kind of there.
Wait, so why did they banish his people to that dimension then?
Because they were monsters.
But why was he not? That's kind of messed up. Because double standard.
It is messed up. The idea is that after they banished all of them, there was one egg that was left behind from that race, and they're like, well, let's raise him as like one of our own. And then he learned the truth, and he's like, no, I'm just as screw you guys, I'm just as evil as all of them, and I'm gonna banish you to a separate dimension. And then it's a little screwy on like what happened to the Dimensionator after that, because he doesn't have it. And the whole point of the game is him finding it again. Oh, right. It got stolen by space pirates.
Oh, space pirates. See, we've got some knowers here, huh?
Yeah, by robot space pirates.
Not just any pirates.
And then they eventually turn into robot space pirate ghosts.
They die in Minecraft.
Yes.
That's wild. What?
Yes. Which is very funny because
they said you need to continue being in this game. Okay, now you're just gonna be dead pirates.
Honestly, for some of the characters, that is what it feels like.
We're like, you still have to be here for plot reasons, so here you go. Cannot rest yet. No way.
Oh my god. the dimension. So the idea is that, okay, we need to stop this guy from getting the Dimensionator so that he can't bring like his people back because they're gonna try to take over the galaxy. And that happens in the game. He gets the Dimensionator. We get really, really hard enemies to fight. And then you beat the bad guy, but the Dimensionator gets broken in the process. So it's kind of this thing of like, well, damn, I was just starting to learn more about like who I was and where my people were, and now I can't go see them.
Mm-hmm.
That's how the first game ends. It's kind of bittersweet. Until we get to the post-credit scene where Clank gets abducted by these weird time-traveling aliens called the Zoni.
Okay, that's similar to the name of the weird time-traveling aliens in the Outer Wilds. Zonai.
Interesting. I wonder if that was on purpose.
That's interesting.
It's very interesting.
I wonder what that's about.
Very eerily similar, actually. Now we get to the second game. Well, technically, we get to game 1.5 in the future trilogy because...
I will say we are going to incur a trouble here, perhaps, which is that I will have to wrap up here shortly, and we're only in game 2.
No, we're in game 2 of the future games. I'm gonna skip the spin-off games because the spin-off games, while they are canon, they don't really have a lot of like plot or anything. I should be able to cover the major points. So Ratchet is by himself. He has no Clank. He goes on an adventure with pirates in order to find out where Clank is. And eventually he finds him at this big construct called the Great Clock.
Oh, everybody needs a great clock in their life.
It is basically like a giant space station that's located at the center of the universe. And its main purpose is to keep the fabric of time stable.
That's an important job, yeah.
It is, because apparently the Zoni just one day casually gave aliens the power to time travel, and they abused it. So the fabric of reality is actually very thin, and the Great Clock is supposed to keep the fabric of reality together. Now, the owner of the Great Clock was a Zoni called Orvis, who is played by Charles Martinet.
Oh, nice. Wow.
And he was an alien that I guess couldn't really have any kids of his own. So for some reason, he developed children in separate parts of the galaxies, robot children.
What do you mean developed children? He invented the concept of children.
No, this is where it gets a little weird because it's implied he gave 2 robots souls.
Oh, good for him. That's pretty good.
And one of them is Clank.
Oh, okay, so we got a tie-in now.
Exactly. So the reason why Clank was abducted by the Zoni is because, hey, your dad randomly went missing. You need to take over.
Clank
has no idea what the heck is going on. Clank, this little robot who rides on Ratchet's back, casually is revealed to be like a time god.
Wow, good for him. See, that's a classic like game trope thing there, right there, where they're like, you actually are a time god, so therefore, plot. This is only relevant now.
Well, yes, it's relevant now because your dad is missing and or implied to be dead in Minecraft. Because one of the past villains discovered the clock. One of the franchise's past villains, and arguably the most popular villain, his name is Dr. Nefarious.
Oh, I saw that name. I saw that name in the chat. Yes, Doctor. What kind of name is this?
He is
Dr. Nefarious. I want a title
literally
like that.
just a comedic and over-the-top villain that the franchise loves, and I love him too. He gets overused a lot, but I love him. He's just unapologetically cartoonishly evil. He's like a throwback to a Disney villain. Like, he's the kind of guy that will kick a puppy in the street just to prove a point.
Dang.
But he's hilarious. And he's very entertaining. He discovers the clock. And then he's like, oh, wow, Clank, my nemesis is tied to this. But I want to gain the power of the Great Clock because he thinks the clock is a time machine.
Ah.
He thinks that if he can get into the inner chambers of the Great Clock, which is only allowed to be accessed by the Timekeeper, which is the position that Clank is being pushed into, then he'll be able to manipulate time. When in reality, the clock is meant to... There's this beautiful line in the game where it's like, the Great Clock is not meant to change time, it's only meant to keep it.
Once again, I thought you were clearing your voice so you could change, you could do like ahem, and then slip into like your narrator voice.
No, I should have done that.
That's okay. It's never too late.
For you see, the Great Clock is not meant to change time, only to keep it. So it must not be abused. Your father went to great lengths to keep this chamber safe from those who would abuse it. So we got two stories going on in this game. We got Ratchet trying to find Clank, and we got Clank trying to take on his responsibilities as a time god. Fast forwarding, they beat Nefarious. But with the help of another Lombax.
Oh.
That Ratchet finds.
He's not alone anymore.
His name is Alistair. And turns out he was the one responsible for giving the previous villain access to the technology that allowed him to banish the other Lombaxes in the first place.
Uh-oh.
Which ended up leading to him being exiled. So the only reason why he's around is because he was not allowed to join his people.
Oh, okay. So is he, like, repentant then now, I guess, of what he did?
He thinks, as a tie, he is also looking for the Great Clock. Because while Dr. Nefarious wants to use the Great Clock to change time, to give villains a do-over and wrong the rights of, literally this is what he says, I want to wrong all the rights of the universe and give every villain a do-over so evil can succeed.
That is very cartoon villain.
You're just straight up evil, and I kind of appreciate that. Alistair wanted to use the clock to prevent the Lombaxes from being banished.
Ah.
But then he's told, so they beat the bad guy, everything is good, but then he's told, no, you can't use it as a time machine. It's just going to get... if you use it as a time machine, the fabric of reality will fall apart. That is not what this is for. And then he becomes the final boss fight.
Oh, he's probably not very happy about that, huh?
He's not, because think about it, he was in exile for 30 years alone, and he's been obsessing over this clock, thinking, I can fix my mistake if I can just find this thing. But obviously he can't. So it's a case of, well, we got to stop you, but they can't. So he almost causes the fabric of reality to stop, but then in a last-minute moment of redemption, he fixes the clock and dies in Minecraft in the process. So Ratchet,
hit game Ratchet and Clank.
Yes. There is actually a brief moment where he temporarily unalives Ratchet and Clank. There's a weird, this is what I mean when I'm
this is some Kingdom Hearts nonsense we're getting into now.
There is, so the whole point of the game, and I won't complain about this, the whole point of the game is don't time travel, don't abuse it, bad things will happen.
Mm-hmm.
Also very liberally lets you time travel in the game.
And why wouldn't they?
Because the script had to be written in 6 months. This is the biggest problem with the future series. They wanted the games to get bigger and more ambitious, while also making the games come out a year and a half at a time.
Which is not a respectable dev cycle for any kind of innovation, huh?
Not at all. Some of it was because of Sony's pressure. Some of it was because you look at development interviews and you see where they thought they could do it, reasonably, but they would have other projects take staff away, or Sony would implement this stricter deadline on them, or they would ask... I said implode. I meant would imply this stricter timeline or something. Well, in a lot of ways, things did implode. Again, It's a miracle the games turned out as well as they did, because some people consider the future games amazing. I think they're good. It's a little hard for me to listen to the story and think to myself, there are several different ways this could have and probably should have gone differently. Also, it's a little weird that we spent one game building up Ratchet finding his family, And then in the next game, we randomly give Clank his family that he did not ask for, and basically just give him a Lombax, give Ratchet a Lombax mentor to strip away from him.
I giveth and I taketh away.
Yeah, exactly. Like, in a lot of ways, Ratchet kind of gets the boot a lot in some of these future games. Like, in a lot of ways, he's kind of not allowed to be happy.
Dang.
Or, you know, kind of trying to realize that, like, you know, I like being a hero. I like helping people out. I got my best buddy with me. Maybe that's all I need. But the frustrating thing about the PlayStation 3 games, and there's another one focused, again, on a villain sealing the Dimensionator, fixing it, and being like, we're going to constantly asking Ratchet the question, don't you want to find your people? Don't you want to find your people? Doesn't it tear you up inside? He's like, yeah, it does. But, like, I can't leave the people here behind. And at a certain point, he starts having, like, a midlife crisis about it.
Midlife crisis? How old is this fella?
Well, here's the thing. Ratchet canonically ages throughout all of these games. I think in the very first game, he's in his late teens, so like maybe 19 years old. By the time we get to the recent game, Rift Apart, he's in his early 30s.
He's in his 30s. See, like, I like that they actually, like, age the character. No Ash Ketchum, like, nonsense here. Like,
yeah, no, they actually age and mature him, and I'm not covering the spin-offs because plot-wise they don't really matter, but character-wise, there are moments where you'll see Ratchet in like an older, wiser sense be very lethargic about like, what do I want out of life? Where am I going with everything? Like, should I find my people? Do they want to see me?
Do we know why he is not with them?
Because his dad was left behind.
Oh, okay, wait, I see. His dad was left behind because he was supposed to, I'm trying to remember like why exactly he was left behind. I think he was more or less left behind to make sure that nobody followed them. And then it's implied that the villain of the first future game killed him and then left Ratchet as an orphan. So he never knew his dad. He never knew his dad. He never knew like where his people went. He was just sort of, I think that's why also retroactively, even though it never was conceived like this originally, why he's very angsty and edgy in the first game. Because he's an orphan that grew up by himself in this dinky garage trying to make ends meet. Yeah, gee, I wonder why.
It's not until after he meets Clank and actually has like a friend that kind of acts as his Jiminy Cricket sometimes, like as a voice of reason for him.
Jiminy Cricket,
Looking back on it, Clank is very Jiminy Cricket coded. He's very like the voice of reason to Ratchet's hot-shottedness a little bit, which he never really loses. He just matures. And yeah, he matures throughout the game. I'm sorry. Ratchet's dad was meant to stay back and protect the Dimensionator to make sure that like nobody found it. And then he died.
Oh.
And then they found it. So
task failed. Yeah, I also task failed successfully, but he wasn't trying to fail the task.
True, but it's implied that Ratchet does have a mom and that she is with the other Lombaxes. And we can actually fast forward a bit to the most recent game where Clank actually fixed the Dimensionator. And he's like, you've done so much as like my friend and for all of these people out here. You deserve to like see your family. I fixed the Dimensionator. Like, let's go find your family. He does this as a surprise and like doesn't really talk to him about it. So Ratchet's very caught off guard and is processing a lot of complicated emotions.
There's a lot going on.
But that's actually why I love Rift Apart so much, because that's kind of the point of the game. It becomes a multiverse movie. The Rift Apart. It basically becomes...
And that's the newest one.
That's the newest one, the PS5 one, the one with Rivet, the white Lombax, because she is implied to be a dimensional counterpart, a dimensional mirror for Ratchet. Basically, she is a what-if scenario of what if Ratchet never met Clank? What if Ratchet was in a universe where he wasn't allowed to be the hero that took down all the bad guys, where the bad guys won and he doesn't have a Clank. So she's a little younger, a little more hotshot, a little angstier.
I would imagine so under those circumstances, yeah.
But Ratchet actually ends up taking on this role where he is the wiser. It's kind of like Obi-Wan and Anakin in a way, which is ironic because, again, James Arnold Taylor played Obi-Wan.
He's there.
In the cartoons. It very much became this thing of like, everyone is going through a character arc. Ratchet is trying to deal with like kind of this midlife crisis of, do I want to see my family? Will they be disappointed in what I've become? Or will they welcome me with open arms? And then Rivet is going through this character arc of, maybe I can be more than what I am. Maybe I can be the hero that actually saves the day, just like what Ratchet turned into. And they save the day, and everything is good. And then the game literally ends with, well, before we take you back to your dimension, how about we make a pit stop? And it's implied that, like, we're going to go see the lombaxes. And then the game ends.
And that's where we are.
That's where we are.
Wow. Yeah. You made it exactly at the cutoff of 11:30 or of 10:30.
I am a writer and storyteller by trade. I try.
Dang, good work there.
Obviously, I skipped a lot. I skipped the spin-off stuff, and I didn't go into super big detail about like the villains and everything, but I gave you the cliff notes of where the franchise started, starting as like this little upstart platforming game about capitalism, all the way into a multiverse globe-trotting adventure.
Dang.
And
that was
cool. We're probably not going to get a follow-up to this game for a while.
Yeah, I would imagine not. They seem like they've got a lot on their plate, huh?
Yeah. I mean, good for them. Like, they're earning money, they're getting major IPs, and they are responsible for some of the most popular games in the past couple of years. I want another Ratchet and Clank game, guys. Can we have it, please?
Maybe they should do this radical thing that game studios are kind of allergic to right now, which is called expanding. Game studios seem to be a little bit allergic to it right now, but like they should consider doing the thing where they like bring more people on board instead of letting people go. Maybe I feel like that would work.
Yeah, they're allergic to expanding and seem to be almost attracted to the opposite.
Yeah.
Excuse me. The thing about Insomniac Games is that, yes, they've taken on more staff. I can sort of understand it from their perspective a little bit, because while they have added to their main staff, they have added and they've basically become a much bigger company. Again, going from like a dozen people for the first Ratchet and Clank game to a major first-party game development company for Sony. They are basically right under Sony in terms of like developing IPs. It's the main team that developed these games early on have always been with the company.
Oh.
And I think it's one of those things where, like, yes, more people work under them, but I think they want to just focus on making one game at a time, making sure it gets all the attention and polish it does.
That's fair.
Considering the history that they had to deal with.
Yeah, they should totally not take on too many projects at once.
Exactly. Also, when you outsource, you always have to worry about, one, diminishing returns, and also making sure that everyone is on the same page as far as projects. Like, you want to make sure that the head of the studio, like the CEOs and the main game developers and the company heads, they want to make sure they know exactly what kind of property is being made, and you can't always diversify that attention. So,
yeah. Well, here,
at least on Insomniac's end, I kind of understand that.
That is fair. I will finish coloring this all the way later, but I at least got you colored. I forgot that I was. This is the most. Where have I gone? I'm what's happening there? I totally I made more work for myself here than I usually do for these ones, which is just because I was like, it'd be so cool as if I drew the fully expanded gun. So I spent like a not insignificant amount of time doing perspective. On
you
a gun.
Were being ambitious. Like Insomniac, you were being ambitious.
I sure was, and I'm gonna say I'm pretty happy with this as it is, but I gotta finish the coloring, but not write this now. Write this now is I gotta go snort me.
No, I get that, and no joke. This is amazing. I've been watching this the entire time that I've been talking, and honestly, getting artwork from you in general is already a treat. The fact that you invited me on for this fun like talk about an experiment, I'm honored, I'm happy, and I will always say yes if you would like to have me on again.
I will let you know if we go into the fate night what order, what words is that? Fate stay order grand night.
The Fate Stay Night universe, or characters from Fate Grand Order. Just say the Fate universe.
The Fate universe.
That's what it's called.
Why are there so many words? I can't complain. I rediscovered that Metal Gear is tactical espionage action Metal Gear Solid.
Yes.
It's a 6-word title, and for what reason?
And Metal Gear and Metal Gear Solid are not the same games.
Correct. But it was a very funny move this week when I was prepping this, where I was like, I'm making 2 drawings of you at the same time right now, because I guess spoiler to anyone who's watching, I'm drawing something else for Bolts right now for a commission.
You can get to that whenever you want. I am in no rush because I know it's gonna be equality.
I was like deadlining getting this one done for today. I was like, I gotta at least get this to a sketch, or it would have never gotten done because I'm very slow at sketching. But I was like, I need to at least get this one to this point. And I was like, wait, I've got Bolts here twice. I had like both files open at the same time. I haven't actually shown Bolts the next one yet, but because it's still in the sketch and it doesn't look right yet. And then part of me was like, wait, but I like this pose. I was like, wait, no, I gotta make them different at least. So you're getting 2 arts for the price of me holding you hostage.
I mean, that's hardly a price.
I guess that's fair. I guess that is fair. You need Bolts to make a blueprint like this for the new garage and flamethrower.
Yeah, it's a running gag in my chat that they want me to give Nuts, my son, my little robot, a flamethrower to set fire to everything.
Say no more. I will blueprint a flamethrower for your son. Don't worry.
No, don't give my son a flamethrower.
That is my role in life. Is I am going to be the strange relative that just presents weapons.
You're gonna be the cool like aunt/uncle that like gives the kids the toys they're not supposed to play with, or gives them money behind the parents' back.
Exactly. I appear, I cause a problem, and then I vanish.
And then I have to deal with the arson.
See, this is how I hand off, because they love to try and set my classroom on fire in my absence. And, I'm just going to hand it off to you guys. You guys can deal with the arson, not my problem.
Oh, lovely. Passing the buck.
You're much better equipped for it. You goggles. I'm a mushroom.
True, you are very flammable.
I'm much more flammable than I think a human being is. So much more dangerous. But here, I'm gonna move us back to the other zone, and you're not gonna scale with it, but that'll be okay. Oh,
Sounds
OBS.
good.
Let's see, get my whole 7-second transition going. There we go.
That's such a good transition.
Thanks. I gotta manually come here. Come on. Okay, yeah, throw ladders at me. Throw ladders at me. It's not gonna save you. It's not gonna save you. Okay, wait. I gotta move me. Wait, hang on. Move you here.
Hi, chat. Behind me.
Yeah, who needs them anyway? This is Bolts' stream now. Bolts is taking over. Okay, zoom. Nope, out smaller. There we go. Welcome to my domain. Nope, don't rotate me. We don't need to do that. Here, wait. I can I'll just end stream like this. The rare you can see the back of my head. Goodbye. No. Let me fix that.
It almost looks like you're dramatically walking off into the sunset.
I should do that sometime. I can like do the thing where like how VTubers like walk around like this.
Yeah.
I'll just walk off into the sunset while I like zoom out.
Do it. That'd be
To
so
say
cool.
farewell. But here we can say goodbye to YouTube, who I can't send anywhere because it doesn't work. I have never successfully rated on YouTube. It lies to me and tells me I do, and then doesn't. Sends them
Now
nowhere.
I still need to learn how that works because I'm trying to have like more YouTube centric streams.
It doesn't. I don't know how it works. Somehow, like I have some friends who are able to do it. Rima does it all the time. Rima raids into me, and I don't know how. I've asked her. She's watched me do it, and she's like, I don't know why it doesn't work for you. I was like, okay, the curse. I see.
Maybe it's like a permission thing or something. That's very weird.
I got the permissions on. It should by all means. Yomi looked at it too, and she was like, interesting.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you and I just have similar brands of scuff bad luck.
It's a curse, and that curse is what brought us a half an hour late start time, which was all me and not you, but
I'm sure I contributed some bad juju vibes to that.
just a slight.
Don't
just
deprive
a slight
this from
vibe.
me.
Don't deprive this from. Okay, you can have it if you want to reset your counter to 0. By all means, you may do so.
As soon as I stream again, like in 5 days.
There you go. Yeah, do rest up, please.
I will. I'll have a couple things to take care of for the week, and then I don't stream again till like Thursday, so it's fine.
There you go. I'm back at it tomorrow, but it never ends. But better.
I'll be sure to catch it right after work.
Thanks.
I've had a lot of fun lurking in your streams, like particularly in the evening when I'm like working on other stuff.
Oh, thanks. I'm trying a thing this week that is going to be maybe not conducive to that, which is that I'm starting streams at 2 p.m. because my lovely Joby here, who is also in the room with me, I won't get to hang out very much because I'm live while Joby's home. So I'm trying an earlier start time, and we'll see if there's a balance that can be struck here, maybe perhaps.
Okay, might be tricky tomorrow since I get out of work at 4.
I mean, I'm live till I'm still live for like 4.5 hours, but
yeah, I'll check it out as soon. You'll be the thing I listen to on my way home from work.
There you go. See, that's what I did for Yomi's debut. I was like, I am in a vehicle right now.
I literally sat in my car with my phone out, like watching the debut.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not missing this.
I was like, I have to beat the rush hour, so we have to go now. But I will listen to this.
Yes. And I'm glad we did.
Yeah, it was well worth it. But I do need to go. Bye, YouTube.
Yes, same. I need food.
Yes, do eat. I gotta eat the rest of my food. I had food earlier and did not eat all of it. But bye, YouTube.
Bye, YouTube.
I will send them to